Good evening. In compliance with Chapter 551, Open Meetings of the Texas Government Code, I call to order an information session meeting of the Board of Trustees of the Austin Independent School District for Thursday, March 9th, 2023 at 6:05 p.m. A quorum of the board is physically present at AISD Central Office to conduct this meeting. This meeting is streaming live on AISD TV and Apple TV. It's also being broadcast on cable channel 22 through Spectrum, Astound Broadband, and on channel 99 through AT&T Uverse. Closed captioning in English is available on these platforms for individuals who are deaf or hard of hearing. To our audience tuning in remotely and here in person, welcome and thank you for joining us. We will move to the approval of the agenda. So, Secretary Boswell, do you have a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Having a motion by Secretary Boswell and a second by Trustee Zapata to approve the agenda, all those in favor, please raise your right hand. All right, the motion passes unanimously. Secretary Boswell, will you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance and the pledge to the Texas flag?
Yes. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And I am going to need to borrow someone's Spanish U.S. pledge. Thank you. Juro lealtad a la bandera de los Estados Unidos de América y a la república que representa una nación bajo Dios, indivisible, con libertad y justicia para todos. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. Te honro, bandera de Texas. Te juro lealtad, Texas, un estado bajo Dios, uno e indivisible.
Thank you. So next is an opportunity for the public to share comments with the board. This time allows speakers to comment publicly on any topic of their choosing. We have time for up to 60 speakers, and as a reminder, the district continues to provide time during the regular voting meetings of the board to hear from the public about agenda items for consideration and vote. This is an opportunity for the board to take part in active listening, and while we wish we could respond or provide feedback, we are required to limit our questions to requests for clarification or follow-up directly to the administration. Members of the public wishing to participate in the public comment portion of our meeting called a dedicated AISD phone line in advance of the meeting to audio record their remarks. We will now play the recorded messages for public comment, so please listen carefully.
Good evening. My name is Elizabeth Strong, and I am a PE teacher at Barton Hills Elementary. We can all agree that elementary teachers need more planning, but at what cost? The current redesign is inequitable from campus to campus and relies heavily on our AISD PE teachers to carry the bulk of the weight. Last year, several of us shared our concerns, and this year we've lived them, and it has not been fun. Many of our AISD gyms were made to accommodate a single class size, not a whole grade level. Having so many students in the gym has created an overwhelming and overstimulating safety hazard at numerous campuses. This unsustainable and uncompensated increase in workload has impacted PE teacher retention, teacher morale, and our quality PE programs. Next year cannot be an extension of this year. Please consider adding the results from our listening session last week to a future board meeting agenda. Please consider compensating PE teachers like their classroom colleagues. Please consider redesigning the redesign to create a plan that prioritizes safety, equity, and equality, and honors the whole child. Thank you so much for your urgent attention to this matter.
Good evening, interim superintendent and trustees. My name is Megan Vasquez, and I am the PE teacher at Becker, president of ABER and OC member of Ed Austin. I'm calling to share my deep concern regarding elementary PE teachers. We have gone from teaching 6 to 7 grade levels on a 3-day rotation to now daily rotation. We have gone from mostly single class sizes attending PE to now a whole grade level. At my campus, my class size for this year has been half a grade level. This is not sustainable. I agree that teacher planning is important, but not at the expense of another subset of teachers. PE teachers took the bulk of the load to implement this redesign for what ultimately could be a pay cut. We are teachers too, and we deserve to be regarded as such. Please consider adding the redesign to the next board agenda meeting and share the recommended refinements from the listening session last week. Make a budget amendment to compensate PE teachers like their classroom colleagues, team lead stipend, large class stipend, bilingual stipend, and let's redesign the redesign to a plan that prioritizes safety, equity, and equality while honoring the whole child. Thank you for your urgent attention to this matter.
Hi, my name is Ann Allensworth. I'm a parent at Barton Hills Elementary. I'm calling about Agenda Item 7.2, the AISD Long Range Plan. Specifically, I'd like to ask the AISD Board of Trustees and/or administration to release the capacity calculation methodology that's referenced on page 290 of the Long Range Plan as needed to be updated. Parents at Barton Hills remain unclear about the criteria used to calculate a campus capacity calculation, as well as any weights given to that criteria, and how all of that affects transfer decisions and transfer freezes. Accordingly, we're hoping to learn more about the process, and having some insight and a window into the capacity calculation and the criteria used would be most helpful. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Elizabeth Strong, and I'm a PE teacher at Barton Hills Elementary. We can all agree that elementary teachers need more planning, but at what cost?
That's a redo, right?
The current redesign is inequitable from campus to campus and relies heavily on our AISD PE teachers.
I know. Sorry, we realize that it's looping. Okay. Thank you so much. So this concludes our public comment. Trustees, are there any questions or clarifications you'd like to make? Wow. Okay. I actually have a question. Interim Superintendent Segura, we did hear some comments about the essential areas redesign, and I believe some trustees have asked for the music, art, and PE standards of service to come to the board for a vote. And that's a document that actually includes like the amount of time per week students have each of their essential areas and things like that. So I wanted to, we've discussed this a little bit, but I kind of wanted to get your take on that, and also if that is going to be on the agenda, when approximately might we expect that?
Yeah, I appreciate the comment and the question. So essential area redesign is one of the initiatives that we as an organization have, right? It was one of the things that was said and committed to early on in this transition period. The work has been ongoing. As you heard from the callers, we've had multiple engagement opportunities to hear from those who are impacted by any recommendations and refinements. We do have a series of recommendations. We're currently kind of testing them out. We'll be bringing them and trying to actually get space on the future board retreat to get additional feedback before we bring them for final adoption. But for us, the work has continued, so I would say at this point, the next opportunity for feedback would be at the board retreat, and at that point, we can set kind of when the final, I would say, recommendation would come forward. As always, we're very mindful of budgeting implications and planning implications at our schools, so we want to get this done fairly quickly, but the board retreat would be the opportunity to do it.
Great. Thank you very much. Any other comments or questions? Trustee Boswell.
I'd love some clarification about the PE redesign and the method, the listening sessions that the callers referenced, kind of a little bit more detail about how that was done, how a safe space was created for people to share information, kind of partners who were involved in that. I'd love to share a little more.
Okay, Gilbert, would you mind coming up and we could also supplement this with a document, kind of laying it all out if you'd like.
Good evening. My name is Gilbert Hicks. I'm the interim chief of schools, and welcome President Singh, interim superintendent Segura and board of trustees. We held 2 listening sessions already. Again, they were both held via Zoom, and we had over 150 participants in those. Much different than the first round of listening sessions. We were very intentional about gathering people together for that. We had a third-party facilitator for those from the University of Texas School of Law to ensure that people felt comfortable speaking. We did have the majority of people that attended the listening session were essential area teachers. They're the ones that are speaking a lot about it. And we do have an upcoming board update for you, as well as Interim Superintendent Segura said, it'll be a topic at your upcoming board retreat as well. We have a draft set of parameters that have been developed and have been vetted by a steering committee, by those individuals at the listening session, by the teachers on the executive board for Education Austin, and of course, principals.
Thank you, Mr. Hicks. I appreciate it, and just want to share appreciation for any work that's done to make space for people to share safely and in a way that builds trust. So I appreciate that.
Thank you, Gilbert.
Yes, Trustee Kaufman.
I just want to comment. I have heard positive feedback about the integrity of those listening sessions as far as being genuine efforts to gather input, so thank you.
Anyone else? All right. So our first item, as a reminder, please feel free to share any general comments or questions on non-voting items with the board by email at trustees@austinisd.org. So next up is our president's report. Our first item tonight is a really important one, and it's about spring break. And it's canceled, just kidding. So I want to really wish all of our students and staff a very restful spring break next week, which I know for some of us cannot come quickly enough. You all have been working so hard. The students have been working hard. Our campus-based staff have been working hard. Our bus drivers, custodians, HQ staff, police department, all of you, and I see it every day, and I hear positive reviews on it every single day. So thank you. Get some rest. Go to South by Southwest if you can. There's a lot of free events around town as well. And I will say that the week we come back is already filling up, but with good things. So that week we come back, we'll start AISD Pride Week for the district. And Pride Week is a time to highlight the district's commitment to creating a safe, supportive, and inclusive environment for all. Our counseling team has put together a great list of resources for our students and families, which can be viewed on our website at www.austinisd.org/respect4all. The week the district returns from spring break will also start the annual climate surveys for families, students grades 3 through 12, and for staff. These surveys provide valuable information for the campus's administration and board to better understand the experiences of all these groups, and allows us another tool for understanding the personal experience and lives and lived realities of those in Austin ISD. So please be on the lookout for emails from Panorama inviting you to complete these surveys. Our next item is a legislative update. So Secretary Boswell, do you have an update to share?
Yes, I do. Thank you. So we have been making visits to representatives both as a board with our hand in hand with our Chamber of Commerce, also with Central Texas School Boards Association, spending time at the Capitol. A number of our trustees have been doing that. That's been very helpful to listen to what's coming up and also to ask questions about how we can support that work and advocate. And we're also connected with other trustees from across the state to do that work. So that has been, those have been good meetings, and we will continue to do that. Yesterday, Central Texas School Board Association, we had members from a lot of our districts in the region, all the way from us at about 74,000 students to Thrall with just about 800 students, and a lot of things in between. So a very diverse group of communities with very similar priorities and needs. Everyone is asking for an increase in the per student allotment and the per student funding in the basic allotment. Everyone's concerned about teacher retention, teacher well-being. Everyone's concerned about student mental health. Everyone is concerned about any voucher program that would take money out of our public schools and send it to private schools. So we're very aligned, even though we're very different, and I feel like that group represents really what we're hearing from across the state. So those were also good meetings. We had our first meeting of the new Board Advocacy Advisory Committee on February 22nd. We talked about school funding, had a school funding activity because we're surrounded by teachers who can help us do those things. It was good to help people really cement the fact that we're in the bottom 10 and per student funding fund several $1,000s below the national average, and really cement that in people's minds. Had several speakers to help people understand funding. And then we talked about our next meeting, which will come in March, will be at the Capitol. and we're surveying all the members to find out what their interest is, and we have students on the committee, so that is very exciting too. And then the legislature is up and running. House Public Ed has started meeting. 2 of the House members who represent Austin ISD are on that committee, so we are well represented, have access to that. And Senate Education Committee has also begun meeting. Lots of bills have been filed. The deadline is Friday, tomorrow, to file bills, and a lot of alignment in bills. So I'm not going to go through all of them, but if you're interested in signing up for Friday bills, you can go to our legislative page and get a sign up, and bills that track our priorities can be sent to you. So thank you for that.
Thank you so much, Secretary Boswell. And I know many of us have been spending lots of hours at the Capitol fighting for public education. So thanks for your hard work, and for the rest of the Advocacy Committee. So our next item is a superintendent transition update, and I'd like to ask Secretary Boswell to provide our update on that as well.
Yes, we are in the process of gathering feedback right now about what we hope to see in our superintendent, the next superintendent. We'll use that information after we return from spring break to create a profile that will be used to create a job listing. We're asking our community in listening sessions with our search firm, GR, with a form that's online. If you haven't filled it out, please do. It has multiple choice and free response sections. We're hoping to have that by March 15th. So our search firm can compile all of that information for us, and we'll have a chance to read it ahead of our profile meeting. If you look up AISD Superintendent Search, it's on our website in multiple languages. Several of us had listening sessions here at headquarters yesterday. We had just sat for a series of meetings, and central office staff was invited. We're reaching out to campuses, a lot of work being done. And then our search firm's also meeting with lots of different community groups in the city. So we'll get to a better place if we all work together to have input into that profile. And we're also asking the community 2 other things. We want your input on what a superintendent needs to know about us. This is matchmaking. We want someone who wants us for who we are, and we want to hire someone who's a good fit for us. So please share what you think someone needs to know about us as our community, our school district, our needs, what we do really well, what we need to work on as you're doing that search. And then the final question that we need to work through by the time we make that posting is how open our search is. And searches come at kind of 2 poles. The tradition in Texas is that no one is named until the board names the lone finalist, which really means the person the board intends to hire. Other states are much more open, where all candidates can be named. Everything is much more from the beginning, who candidates are. We're getting advice from our search firm and having conversations with trustees in other places that the more open your search is, the more narrow your field of applicants may be. And so we're trying to find that sweet spot for our community, kind of where we want to put that balance between what Texas traditionally does, between something that's very open or something in between. And we wanted to make space at the meeting tonight. We talked about that at our first meeting with GR a little bit, but we had a lot of topics to cover, so we wanted to open up the conversation tonight. We hope you'll weigh in as you're weighing in on the superintendent search process and profile. But we also wanted to give trustees a chance to have that conversation. So if anyone has thoughts about to share. Trustee Gonzalez?
Thank you. I first just wanted to start by expressing thanks to the community at Aikens High School. Yesterday afternoon and in the evening, at the invitation of their student council and the principal, I was able to go there and listen to a group of about 30 students from all different grade levels, 9 through 12, and get their feedback on what they wanted to see in a superintendent, and also to Trustee Boswell's second question, the degree of openness that they thought the search process should have. And then, afterwards, I was able to sit down with faculty and staff and administration at Aikens, and I got to hear a lot. And so I would encourage any campuses. I know Dr. Reach has told us that he sent out invitations to CACs, to invite us to go and get input from them. So I encourage them to take advantage of that opportunity. Last night I heard in the listening session that I participated in, A lot of individuals expressed not so much interest in, I guess, like the Florida model of having everyone who applies publicized in addition to all of their application materials. I did hear, and I have heard a lot of desirability for a difference in the ending of this process, how many of those finalists are named, and then even what the engagement is with those final 3 or 4, or however many the board may decide. Personally, that's where I'm leaning. I think that there's historical precedence in our district with a favorable outcome in that direction, or the application of that style of search, and so that's where I stand. I can give more details, but I'm interested to hear where the rest of the board is.
Thank you. Anyone else have a thought to share at this point? Trustee Kaufman?
I have heard similar feedback to what Trustee Gonzalez reported, that there's very little interest in having a closed search through the end, and a lot of wariness about having it open from the beginning. And so I'm also very strongly falling on the mark of identifying a handful of finalists who are then made public, and there's an opportunity to some degree of interaction with current staff and with the public to learn about the fit and the match for the finalists.
Thank you. Trustee Willie-Chu?
So when thinking of this, the openness of the search, and thinking of what our community wants, and of finding someone who wants our community and finding that good fit, I've heard from people who have concerns about having even the last 3 finalists, and worry that there's some superstar who will want to not come here if that is the case. But really, and I'm really talking to people, and a lot of people were unhappy with the process last time, unhappy with the results. And I think it would not only benefit our community, it is what our community wants, but I think it would benefit the future superintendent to already have built a relationship, to already have some trust and buy-in from our community who wants to, who's really engaged and wants to make decisions with us that are about this district. So I would say I am leaning towards not just having that one finalist revealed at the end.
Thank you. Trustee Hunter?
Thank you. To Trustee Whitley-Chu's point, there is some concern from our community about an open search, believe it or not. People are very concerned. I feel that we may be abdicating our responsibility, and I want to personally assure those folks that I understand my responsibility as a trustee, and that the last word lies with this board. I think my colleagues also understand that what we are, and I'm speaking for myself, so I should say what I am attempting to provide is a voice, right? It would be great if this was an actual democracy and we could have everybody in Austin ISD come to the podium and state what they would like to see. And we are trying to do that. But it's a representative sort of forum. So we have to hear from people what they would like. And what I have heard is that people don't want a closed search, meaning that they don't want to say, here's the finalist. And when I was on that side of the dais, I didn't want that. And so I'm definitely not with the Florida model. I feel like that's time consuming. Nobody wants to read all of that, or maybe somebody does. But I think that the last handful, as Dr. Kaufman has said, is something that I'm hearing. People really want to be able to engage with the people, and they trust us enough to get the last few, the best of the last few. I understand that for some people, this is very scary. to say, hey, I really like working here, but I'm looking for something else. And I would hope that any school district would want for their current superintendent to be able to spread their wings, right? And so I know that we've gotten a lot of information like, oh, you're going to get a smaller pick. We may, but I definitely want somebody who's willing to take a risk, because that's what's going to be required for our next superintendent, is somebody who's willing to step out and say, raise their hand and say, I'm willing to do the work. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else have thoughts to share? Trustee Zapata?
So when we were discussing this as trustees, we really want to respect our community and be as transparent to create that culture of trust and transparency that for so long had not been there. And it is interesting where there are people that are saying we want it all, and there are also some that are saying we don't want it all. So that's why it's so important to hear from as many of you as possible to help us really see which way do we go. I'm here to support what the community wants, so I will be waiting to hear what those outcomes are. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
I think what we're all interested in is one way or another hiring the best superintendent possible. And all I would, as I hear the range of perspectives, is just the full consideration of the sort of counter pieces, the dangers that are being highlighted for us, or I should say the potential dangers, and think as a board and as a community, how do we vet those potentials to see if there's any veracity, I don't have the depth of experience to say yes. As a matter of fact, the pool is reduced by 40%. I don't know. And so I'd be sort of interested, and I don't know how we get to that, but it's worth asking. It's also worth asking the question about, and maybe even thinking ahead about retention offers, which is to say, if we do this open search and we name 3 finalists, we might have a situation where another school board says, oh, you're not stealing our superintendent, and all of a sudden we're driving wages, or not wages, what do you call that thing, a salary. We're driving salaries up, and the drive in salary might match our values, or the push in salary might not match our values, but it will have been what we kind of wrought. So I guess all I ask for is something that I know this board is more than capable of, what we are collectively capable of, which is deep thought, not just about, hey, let's go in this direction, but thinking about all the mitigants, thinking about unintended consequences and other possibilities that come with it, and to the extent possible, more data. No lack of faith in our search firm, but broader inputs. Maybe other school board members across the state, and maybe conversation when we go to our school, annual meetings with other school board members, conversations about this, so that across the state, among our 1,000+ districts, we come to be on the same page, because the state's school boards are all moving, and there is a soft culture that's built up of expectations of how it should be done, how it could be done. And we should probably take that into account, especially when and if we move in a way that we think is courageous and right, but different than what's been done in the past.
So I think it's a complex question. I'm pretty sure wherever you land on this, we want to come up with somebody who is the best fit for AISD. And as I reflect on, the importance of the openness or non-openness of a search, I think that's important. But I also think what's more important almost, or as important, is how well the board works with the superintendent that we hire. I think that has a lot more to do, perhaps, with the success of a superintendent in a school district than how open a search is. So, but that, that's my opinion for what it's worth. But I'm probably, I want to find the best person for the school district, and I do worry a little bit about some of the potential unintended consequences of having a search that's too open. While it's, I think it's asking a lot. Sometimes, I think about my own family, would I apply for a job if my family was counting on my salary and risk losing my current job for something that's just a possibility and not a certainty? I just don't know. So I'm really trying to put myself in the mindset of potential applicants, but also of our own constituents and families here in the district. So I'm confident we'll come up with a consensus. I have no doubt in my mind, because our board just does that very well. And I think that we have a board that is extremely representative of our community. And so I think there are many ways to get to an excellent superintendent for our district who's going to serve our students well. And the openness of the search is just one, in my opinion, it's one factor of many. So I just look forward to more conversations. To me, I'm really excited about the profile development and looking at our survey results and all of that, because I think listing those qualities out and being really specific. And now that we're doing a search that's not during COVID, we'll actually get to meet our superintendent before we hire them. I think that's going to make a big difference too. And so anyway, those are some of my top of mind thoughts. And like I said, at the end of the day, I know I'm really confident we're going to come up with a decision that's going to get us somebody really good for our district. So thank you.
And thank you. So I appreciate the conversation and the chance to hear everything. Really appreciate everyone in our community who's taking their time and sharing their heart and their knowledge to help us shape this. And, what I'm hearing today is what I heard when we met with the search firm the first time, is that I don't think there's appetite for one extreme or the other extreme, that we're all somewhere in the middle. It's just a question of where in the middle is really what I'm hearing. And very conscious, as President Singh said, that of keeping the end in mind, that we want to get the very best person we can for our community, the very best fit, that how our community works with that person is profoundly important. And I really would like time to explore the middle with everyone a little bit, and, question of whether we engage with a handful of candidates at the end, or whether we have a confidential process where we bring the community, a section of the community in to have those deep conversations. I'm not sure where I land yet, and I'm eager to hear more from the community. And then I really hope that we can bring the creativity that our community has to this. And one of the things that I would love to see personally, there's a high school in town that takes every new teacher in August on an unair-conditioned bus, because they want everyone to know what our students go through. And they start at the southwest corner of the district. They have breakfast tacos and a panel of parents. And then they get on the bus and they drive all with people who know the district on the bus. And they drive through our entire community, so all the teachers have a better understanding of the full spectrum of families that our district serves. And they end up at the other corner of the district and have lunch and a student panel. And I really would love to bring that kind of creativity to this, because it is matchmaking, and it's more than sitting in a room together. This is someone who needs to be in our community, of our community, with our community. And that's part of the question to me. And then the other factor that I'm considering is, as we get more open, the disruption to the applicants is one thing. Disruptions to the communities they're part of is another. And I feel really acutely, I think we all know the disruption that's caused when a leader leaves. And being really conscious that if we're going to put other communities in that position for people who may or may not be our superintendent, being really conscious of that decision and what that openness, that degree of openness for us means to other communities as well. So, yeah, I, as I said, I'm interested in exploring the middle and would love with anyone who's interested to find some other trustees in other parts of the country to talk to and like-minded districts and kind of find out how they've done it and how they feel about that process. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary Boswell. So next we have an update from our interim superintendent, Segura.
All right. Thank you, President Singh. Jacob will be coming up and assisting me with the slides. So as y'all may notice, this is not typical for an information session, but just given the amount of work that's going on, we felt that it was important to provide regular updates in an effort to be transparent and also to keep everybody informed of all the great work that's occurring here at AISD. So today we'll focus on two topics. The first, as Jacob pulls up the slide, will be special education. So addressing the challenges, as we move on to slide 1, in the special education realm and the backlog in student evaluations is a shared priority for me and the board. We've been discussing it since day one, even before day one. We have a great team and everyone has special education as their number one priority. Since my first day on the job, we have devoted hours and resources towards providing the services that students need and parents expect. This timeline gives you an idea of what we've done in the first 9 weeks and our plan moving forward. I certainly want to communicate that there's a lot of work built into the foundation of this plan. It is certainly no small task. As we move on to the next slide, one of the things I certainly want to communicate is the challenges around data. We've had challenges and we need to quickly address it as we kind of manage the progression of our students through any services they may receive. And so early on in the process, we quickly identified a data analyst and project lead to help us build and deploy a dashboard that gives us real-time information at the district level as well as for each of our campuses. By the end of January, we had a dashboard up and running that includes initial, annual, and completed ARDs, pending and completed evaluations, and the number of referrals. One of the things that I'm most proud of is that we actually received feedback from our principals as we developed this tool, and the resources to build it were within AISD. They were just in the wrong, well, they weren't in the division to help. And so we made some adjustments and were able to make that happen, and certainly very excited about it. As we move on to slide 3, want to kind of communicate the ongoing collaborative relationship with Dr. Francis Stetson, who authored the Stetson Report. We're working with Dr. Stetson and her team to provide step-by-step training to the central office special education team and 2 cohorts from every campus throughout the spring and summer. The training began in February and includes topics such as establishing systems for student evaluations that meet federal and state timelines, increasing the capacity of special education department to assist principals and instructional staff in achieving quality standards for students with disabilities, improving IEP development and implementation for increased student success. Dr. Stetson and her team are training school teams, and every principal is required to attend the training with their teams. These actually occur here at Central. We have cohorts, they rotate in. Special education teacher chair, general education teacher, and other special population teachers, ESL and bilingual, are also invited to attend, as well as counselors and any other essential area or elective teachers. In addition, we have continued to meet with Dr. Stetson so that she can provide the team with updates and suggestions on how we can increase the capacity of the district to better serve our students. Moving on to slide 4. One of the things we talked about, and certainly is known to many of us, is the staffing challenges that we have across the district. And certainly in special education, we have that same challenge. So we have launched an aggressive recruitment effort to hire licensed specialists in school psychology and educational diagnosticians. We are providing up to $20,000 for any LSSPs listening, annual incentive for meeting high-quality evaluation targets and timelines. In addition, we have committed to increasing the stipend for special education teachers for next year. We sent a note to our community, I think just the week before last, to let everybody know about that great work that they can expect in the next fiscal year. And special education classroom teachers will be eligible for up to $5,000. Our evaluation team in Austin ISD is doing great work completing evaluations, and I want to thank them for the continued commitment to Austin ISD. This is a brief summary of what we've been doing. There's a lot going on. I certainly want to thank Dr. Robinette, the team, the entire executive team, really. It's top of mind in every single meeting that we have. One of the things that you'll hear me say over and over again is that, unless we're serving all of our students and we're providing special education services in the way that our students deserve, none of us is doing well. And embracing that and owning it is absolutely critical because it impacts all of our divisions. So just very proud of that work. One last thing I want to point out before we move on is that we will also be releasing a special education newsletter. It'll be released on a monthly basis. This will go to our entire community. And the goal of the newsletter is to communicate just progress around this initiative, as well as communicate the commitment that we have as an organization to make sure that we recover in the way that we know our students deserve. So moving on, wanted to certainly highlight the progress at the Dr. General Marshall Middle School. I'm excited to share an update on the middle school. The new middle school in Northeast Austin was approved as part of the 2017 bond program. The campus will open this coming August, and we are excited to welcome students for the 2023-2024 school year. The campus has the capacity for 800 students, and the focus of the school will be on health science and technology, and will be aligned with LBJ and Northeast. Again, there's been a lot of effort and support around that project. I believe, Trustee Hunter, you were part of that campus architectural team. Certainly want to thank you for your time and effort on that work. So moving on to slide 2, you can see some of the project updates, kind of where we are. These are very recent photographs. You can see the gymnasium moving along. The football track asphalt has been installed. We're moving just very well through the progression of the project. And one of the things that you'll see us do as we deliver these projects is ensuring that they complete early enough to allow the punch list and everything that is really needed to support move-in to occur over the summertime. So we're not just like, at the 11th and a half hour right before school starts, getting everything ready to go. So as we move on to slide 3, you'll see milestone dates for the project. We're, again, moving quickly through the process, a lot of moving pieces, but we're very excited and well on track to be on budget and on schedule, again, opening this August. On slide 4, certainly want to communicate the engagement team has done over the last several months and really years, creating a plan and communicating, reaching out to campuses and communities, sharing with them our enrollment plan. On slide 5, let's see if I can catch up a little bit. The district engaged the community around enrollment options and programming from diverse perspectives for Marshall and Spring 2022. In November of 2022, the district held 2 additional community conversations to share updates on the enrollment strategy and programming coming to Marshall. And the enrollment plan is to provide as an option for all 6th grade students that live in the attendance area of the 8 schools. And you can see those schools listed on the slide. We will open the school with 6th grade only and grow the school out for 7th and 8th grades in the following years. So you can see that there. We have a multi-year phase plan, knowing that along the way we may need to make adjustments. Certainly getting feedback from community members, stakeholders is important, so we certainly recognize adjustments will be required. And additional feedback that we would receive from the board certainly would help us refine the process as we move forward. We are excited to see the commitment and just seeing the project deliver. To date, we have received 153 commitment forms. We'll keep everyone updated as we move through the process and as we move towards the opening of the new school. And so with that, this concludes my report. Thank you, trustees.
Thank you, Mr. Segura. So you talked about 2 things. One was special ed and the other was Marshall. So let's first talk about special ed and see if trustees had any comments or questions for Mr. Segura on special education. Yes.
I just want to express appreciation for talking about this during a meeting. I know we've been talking about it a great deal in lots of other ways with the ad hoc committee that was recently approved,
Yeah.
and many ways if you go back and look at agendas. And I just want to thank you for bringing some of the work out to the public, the very good work that's being done, and recognizing that we have a long way to go. But as part of the board monitoring work, just making sure our community knows what's being done. So I appreciate that. Really look forward to the newsletter as well. And I know this was just a little bit of what is going on.
It's an appetizer for sure. It's a lot of stuff going on.
And want to express appreciation. I know Dr. Revenant and lots of people are working very, very, very hard to make this happen. Dr. Diaz and people all through our principals, people all through our organization are doing immensely important work, and that every piece of data that we discuss represents a student and an individual child, and I think that is top of mind. So thank you.
You're very welcome.
Any other trustees have comments on special education? Yes, Trustee Zapata.
I too am very appreciative, Matthias, Chief Matthias, for all that you're doing and your leadership. What I didn't say earlier was what the community is saying about the superintendent is, can we keep Matthias? And so that's something that is keeping people, it's like, sorry, that's not what we can do right now. But because that's just evidence of how many people are feeling so respected in a way that they haven't been before. And so especially the population for SPED, which is very deep in my heart because of my own challenges as a student, my challenges as a parent with students with disabilities. And so to create a newsletter and staying connected in that way is huge. Something that is, would say easy, a great idea, but hadn't been proposed before. So I think that in itself is going to help a lot of tension and anger that always would come to this boardroom because people are informed, and rightly so should be informed. So thank you so much.
You're very welcome. Trustee Zapata.
Trustee Foster.
Wow, this pulls us out of order, and I'll look at our general counsel to see if this is okay. But what Trustee Zapata raises with regards to appreciation for the performance of the interim superintendent is really powerful. And I think I forgot in our earlier conversation a kind of cardinal rule about what they would call structuring structures, which is that sometimes you build structures to produce the best outcome, and those structures can actually have a limiting effect. So when the conversation was raised about what are you hearing from community, I've asked folk sort of open-ended about the superintendent search, and much more often than I hear commentary about an opinion of whether a search should be open or closed, I hear unsolicited commentary that they love the performance of our interim superintendent. So perhaps, lest we let a structure designed to listen and produce the best outcomes get ahead of us, we should follow our own best instinct, which is to listen. And there's something that I'm hearing over and over again. And I guess that I would invite us to consider that as part of our conversation moving forward. I don't know how we do that. We've hired a firm, we're doing this, we're doing that. At the same time, what I'm hearing is consistent with what Trustee Zapata has heard I'm hearing it over and over again, unsolicited, from business community, from teachers, from families. I'm hearing it from all quarters, literally. Happy to talk about General Marshall as well when we get there, but I'll stop with that and just thank Trustee Zapata for bringing that up.
Any other comments about SPED? So I have a comment. I would I'm sorry, Dr. Reach, do you mind pulling up the slide again that shows the dashboards? Because we all need to revel in this for a moment.
President, as a point of order, can I just ask, does this become an unannounced agenda item by soliciting questions and asking about it, or is it still just a matter of responding to the
Let's ask Ms. Badillo
superintendent's report?
that question.
No, I don't think it does become an unannounced agenda item to the extent, I mean, oh, I'm sorry, I would say I think we are still within range of the superintendent's update, but I do think we probably need to not get too far into the weeds on any one particular item and keep it at an update as opposed to a substantive discussion of
Okay, does that
the
mean we
issue.
can't show the dashboard?
I mean, you're showing it for demonstrative purposes
Yes.
of what's going on in the district.
Yes.
I think that's consistent with an
We already showed
update.
it once, but this is, I would like, if it's not too much trouble, to bring it up again, because while it just looks like a dashboard, let me tell you, this right here is creating the structure to allow us to actually track every single human student who has been referred for an evaluation across 120 campuses and track exactly where they are in the process. This did not exist in December, correct?
It did not.
Before that, data was compiled, I think, on maybe Excel
There's
sheets
lots
or.
of Google Sheets and spreadsheets.
Yes.
Or Drew Robinette. Sorry, Dr. Drew.
Yes. And so what I guess my point here is we are creating a structure that will allow us to hold ourselves accountable. And more importantly, it will allow us to serve our students who have not been served as they should be and as they are entitled to be. And I just want to thank every single person who worked on this, because I know this is something that several of us have been asking for months and perhaps years, was where is the data? How are we tracking this? It's also going to be saving our staff on our campuses a whole ton of time in tracking tracking our evaluations. And I'm just super proud of this work. I think this is also just. Can I mention the binder that he presented to us? If you want to watch a video of our last board meeting, where the last hour or two was like a work session when we were sitting out there, every trustee got this big old binder, and there was like a beautiful to-do list with columns of who's responsible and timelines and dates. But there was like a whole section in there on special education, and it literally had very detailed, step-by-step, a plan to get us out of this hole. And that is something that is exactly what I, as a trustee of this district, have been asking for. And I'll just say, in the past, when I've asked, hey, what's the plan? The plan was usually, we just need to hire more evaluators. And I'm like, that's not a plan when you have a finite number of evaluators. You can't just create them out of thin air. And so, by hiring data analysts and other types of people who can really maximize our employees and help us work smart and not just work hard, is where I want to see this district going. And I'm glad that we've made some huge steps in this direction. So I just wanted to say thank you to the team, and just our students deserve this and so much more. Now we can, oh, yes.
So I would like to thank you for the opportunity. I'd just like to go back. We're kind of reopening the superintendent search conversation, because I want to echo what I've heard from what Trustee Zapata and Trustee Foster said around the positive feedback we've heard about the interim. But I also want to just emphasize, for the sake of any potential candidates who are watching, I feel like the biggest factor that would restrict our getting good candidates for this position is a perception that the decision's already been made. And so I just want to be crystal clear that this board has not changed its position yet, that the criteria for being the interim superintendent is that you would not be a candidate for the final. And if that were to change, as it has changed in previous years, that would be announced loudly and clearly for all the world to hear. But at this time, this board has undertaken no plan or discussion about, no plan to change that criteria. I just want to be very clear about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Kaufman. Yes.
I appreciate the embrace of the complexity of this, and that gentle nod or notice or clear notice. The one thing that challenges me about no this this was about special ed.
Oh,
but-
okay, that's fine. I was just trying to have telepathy with our board council.
Yeah.
I mean, it is a posted agenda item. You can talk about it. It's just,
Okay.
you're off topic right now.
Okay,
Just-
but if you're talking about
If you want
special
to get back onto it,
education,
that'd be cool, but you don't have
let's try to
to.
rein it
I
back
can
in.
go farther.
Let's try to rein it
can.
back to
It's not
special
illegal.
education.
No, with regards to special education, one of the things that is one of the greatest challenges that many of us, well, at least I can speak for myself, are out of their depths in terms of understanding the complexity of this challenge. And all I see is just how hard folks are working. And so even as, wow, we've seen what feels like so much good progress, where we have to get to is results. We have to specifically start seeing the net going in the right direction in terms of catching up on evaluations, in terms of the work that we're doing. So even as it's like a moment where it's like we're seeing the possibility of light at the end of the tunnel, I'm not ready to jump up and down because this remains daunting and so many families remain in pain, and we are still day to day we're not there yet, even though we're working.
Thank you. Okay, now we'll switch to, unless there's did you have a comment about SPED, please?
Yeah,
Yes.
I'm glad you mentioned that, Trustee Foster, about the families, because it can feel really exciting to make progress and to do all these right things. And I remember how I felt when I saw the dashboard that was created. As a parent whose child waited 10 months for their evaluation to be finalized and to have our ARD from the time I asked for a full individual evaluation, I felt, as a trustee, really excited that this work had been done to help our staff and to help these evaluations happen. And then I also felt very angry that it had not been done previously, when it was something that was done within weeks of the new board insisting on this accountability. And so I just want to acknowledge the pain that families are going through and that have gone through, and to just to kind of have everyone know that it's not made right until it's made right for each child. And so I think it can feel kind of lonely when everyone's excited and you still don't know when your kid is going to be evaluated. So just to be like, yeah, both feeling, it's mixed feelings right now. So thanks.
Very well said, thank you. Any other comments? Okay, so we'll move on to Marshall. Any questions or comments on Marshall Middle School? Okay, Trustee Hunter.
As interim Superintendent Segura said, I was on that CAT team starting in 2019, and it's been really exciting to see the fruition of what started out as just some squares and sometimes candy. We played with candy to make the where the things would be. I'm really excited for that school, but I think it's very important. General Marshall is more than an all-gender option for our community, and I say our community because I live down the street, as well as being a trustee of students who will be attending there. But it is the streamlining of a vertical team and feeder pattern that has been fractured for years. Our children go to school together for a very short while, and then they are spread far and flung wide. This is an opportunity for, again, the feeder pattern and the vertical team to align physically. And then also, I'm very excited that one of its goals is to increase the enrollment at LBJ and Northeast early college high schools that have wonderful programs, and that our students will, our students will have an opportunity to have that alignment with health sciences and STEM and those sorts of things. So excited for the building, excited that we'll have Marshall Middle School open in the fall, but more excited to see some repair of harm done to our community. Thank you.
Thanks, Trustee Hunter. Any other questions about Marshall? Comments? Okay, I do have a couple of questions or comments. One is I really appreciate the administration pulling together. We had actually a meeting a couple weeks ago, maybe last week, with Trustee Hunter, Trustee Foster, and myself, and a parent and some other folks who have been working on the enrollment pattern. And this district has, we no longer have a boundary advisory committee, but we do have an LRP, which I know we're going to be hearing from today, and y'all have been looking a lot at the enrollment issues, and I'm really looking forward to seeing how we can create, here's the challenge, y'all. We have 8 different elementary schools going to 5 different middle schools that go to several different high schools. It's nothing like what you see in Northeast Austin is nothing like what you see in other parts of town where you have just a few elementaries going into 1 or 2 middles, going to 1 high school. And there is a qualitative difference in the lives of children when they're going through with a cohort of friends all the way through the system. You build that social capital, the relationships and all of that kind of stuff. And so it's kind of a weird equity issue to tease out. It's kind of hard to really put your finger on it, but my hope is, and I know a lot of us in this room share this hope, is we got to figure out how to build a vertical team that is aligned. And it is a challenge because at the same time, we're also trying to not under-enroll any schools. They're competing with each other. And so, I think that's the crux, that's one of the cruxes of her challenge, right? And so just stay tuned, I guess. If you have thoughts on some of this, please share them. One of the things I would like to see is we have 163 commitment forms. I would be curious to know if you might be able to share at some point, which campuses they are coming from. That would be really helpful to see if they're if we're getting a good mix, or is it just coming from some of, the more privileged and campuses that would probably be more in the know than others. I just want to make sure that we are really continuing to look at this through an equity lens, which from what I heard we are, but I kind of want to see the results of that. And I guess if somebody wanted to find out about the work on enrollment in general, coming out from the LRP, are we thinking 6 months from now there might be something to share publicly, or is it a year from now, or is it we're not quite sure? It's sort of it's going to be a work in progress for a while.
So there are a variety of strategies, not only through the long-range planning committee's work, but also the equity advisory committee. Mm-hmm. And so that's been distilled down into a couple strategies that will inform this work. It will require board input as we progress the strategy. So I can tell you that we're committed to progressing the strategies as we receive the report from the long-range planning committee and staff. It is an area of focus. We know we have a lot of instances where that strategy, if developed into a detailed plan, mm-hmm. Could be applied. Okay. The question becomes, at what point in time do you apply it in for which challenge that we have? So I can tell you, with confidence that probably by the end of the summer we would be able to frame it out, but we would need trustee feedback because at the end of the day, boundaries don't change without trustees' approval, and that's why getting y'all's input along the way is going to be absolutely critical. But we can probably provide some more detail around what that schedule might look like, and we do have some of that we can discuss later today.
Great, thank you. All right, any other comments on this? Yes.
I would love, as part of that conversation when we have it, there was a project called the Nassau Project that was happening in Northeast Austin. Mm-hmm. That was deep community work, funded with a grant done with staff and consultants, American Institutes of Research work. And one of the foundations of that work was data that showed the academic impact of the disruption in those feeder patterns as students moved from elementary to middle school. And there were very clear drop-offs where students had been disrupted. And as President Singh said, we know that represents disruptions in social networks and networks of friends and in all kinds of relationships as well. So it was very valuable data, really helped. And I would love to see something similar brought back as we're having those conversations, and also that discipline data. I think just the enrollment data, who we're losing to charters, I think if we take a look at what we know as with all those disruptions, I think we'll see patterns that kind of help us make those decisions about why it's so important. So I would love to see that when we talk about it. Thank you.
Understood. Happy to do it.
All right, so I think we are ready to move on to our next item, which is part of our commitment to discuss student achievement. So tonight we'll discuss scorecard items 2 and 3, third grade, MOI, MAP, MOI is middle of year, MAP, reading and math. So Mr. Segura.
Thank you, President Singh. I'd like to invite Mr. Gilbert Hicks and Dr. Susan Diaz to the table to lead us through the conversation.
Okay, while it's coming up, good evening, President Singh, Interim Superintendent Segura, and Board of Trustees. My name is Gilbert Hicks. I'm the Interim Chief of Schools, and with me tonight is Dr. Susan Diaz, who is the Assistant Superintendent of Academics. We're here to provide an update on scorecard goals 2 and 3 tonight, and 2 and 3 deal with the performance of students identified as economically disadvantaged in reading and math on MAP. And we will begin with Dr. Diaz explaining the initial scorecard slide.
Can you all see it? Okay. So as a reminder, the goals were built around third grade STAR performance, which will be finalized when you receive the TABOR report, as you did in the last board meeting. Goals 2 and 3 refer to the performance of our African American and Latino students experiencing poverty in reading and math. The goal progress measures are based on academic performance on math, which is the percentage of students at the meets grade level or better in comparison to STAR. And as you recall, this goal is a little different from the goal that was set for the special education progress measures, which were built around growth. Within the blue oval, you will see our end-of-year goals for the 22-23 school year. The current scorecard is written to include English-only tests, and it's my understanding this decision was made because there wasn't enough Spanish data from NWA to set norms and growth targets, but that's not the case anymore, so we will have that data this year. And the revisions to the scorecard are at the discretion of the board. Did I do something wrong? No. Okay, sorry. First, we will look at an overall summary of how we performed on the winter or middle of the year MAP assessment as compared to the fall or beginning of the school year. Our African American students experiencing poverty maintained the same level of performance on reading. 4% more of our Latino students experiencing poverty performed on grade level or above in reading. In math, 2% more of our African American students performed on grade level or above. 1% more of our Latino students were at grade level or above in math. And in the next few slides, we're going to get into more specific information. So this is just an overview of the performance.
On this particular slide, we're looking at reading performance at the proficiency level. I'd like to draw your attention to the yellow, which is the MOI middle of the year for this year. You can see that for all of the groups, economically disadvantaged and non-economically disadvantaged, the numbers there are disparate. There is a gap between them, and we acknowledge that, and we know that we have much work to do in order to close that. But you can also see, if you look at the very first groupings of 3, all economically disadvantaged and non-economically disadvantaged, specifically in the economically disadvantaged from the beginning of the year, that there were some slight increases across the board from BOY to MOY in the economically disadvantaged student groups across the board, with the African American group maintaining the level that they were at the beginning of the year. So again, we acknowledge the gaps, anywhere from 46 to 25% in economically disadvantaged to non-economically disadvantaged, and embrace the work that needs to be done.
It's important to note that each child has their own individual growth target that is set by MAP. We want at least 50% of our students to meet their growth goals, which shows they are growing at an average rate as their peers. It is also important to note that in order to close opportunity gaps, we need to be above the 50% marker. Therefore, for our students experiencing poverty, we are very near the 50% marker, but in comparison, our non-economically disadvantaged students are exceeding the 50% marker. It's also important to remember that our third grade readers are experiencing the impact of the pandemic. They were in kinder when we closed schools. They were in first grade when we had the slow reopening of schools and also hybrid learning. Second grade was their first regular school year, but as we know, we experienced many teacher shortages, and we're still experiencing teacher shortages this year as well. As you may recall, this slide visually represents how we're doing district-wide in regards to growth. At the least, we want the diamond to be touching the blue, but at best, we want the diamond to be covered by the blue, which indicates we are exceeding our growth goals. In this graph of the reading data, we see that while our third graders are meeting their growth goals, we still have large gaps in first, second, and fourth grade. That is why it's very important for us to leverage the professional learning our teachers received in foundational literacy through the reading academies. When we get to our next step slides, we'll talk a little bit more about how we are going to do that.
The math performance at proficiency level on this particular chart is very similar to the reading with regards to the trajectory. You can see that in the yellow section that the economically disadvantaged and non-economically disadvantaged student groups, there are gaps there that range anywhere from 9 percentage points to 37 percentage points. But you can also see that for the economically disadvantaged at the beginning of the year to the economically disadvantaged at the middle of the year, that there were slight gains across the board, albeit starting from the level they're starting at, but there were still slight gains across the board, and some stayed remained the same. So as before, we recognize and embrace the work that needs to be done.
So in math, we see students in all student groups are above the 50% marker. And remember that 50% growth is average growth, and we are doing a bit better than average. Specifically, we want to point out that our African American, Latino, and emergent bilingual students experiencing poverty are outperforming their projected growth targets in comparison with their non-economically disadvantaged peers. This is a huge celebration because this indicates that we're closing a gap here. So this shows that in math, although we are not performing at the grade level where we need to be, we are seeing indications that we are closing opportunity gaps, and our math instruction is moving students forward. Although a higher percentage of students are achieving their math growth targets, their math performance lags behind their reading performance. What this shows in regards to MAP is that though there are gaps in their learning, our instruction is starting to fill the gaps.
This is our math growth diamond chart, and I like to use the term swallow the diamond is what we're trying to do. And so we see that in third grade we did do that. That's when the blue line, which is us, exceeds the diamond, which is the projected or expected growth for that particular grade level, and that did occur in third, fourth, and fifth grade. It did not occur in kindergarten, first, and second grade. So that was the what, and then we want to move into the so what part of our data analysis. We're going to bucket this into three primary buckets: people, systems, and resources. Those are things that move a system and can promote organizational change. So in the people category for us, we are doing some exciting things for this next year. The most exciting one is that we are putting boots on the ground in each individual campus and not leaving it to campuses to decide on this particular very important position. Instructional coaches are going to be hired to work at all of our schools that qualify for Title I funding. And that's beyond the schools that actually receive Title I funding. So that's very exciting. Those individuals are going to be working directly with teachers, helping them to build their capacity and their confidence, which actually will lead to them building their confidence as well. And with that, we're going to still keep our academic coaching specialists at the district level. They're going to work directly with the on-campus instructional coaches to help them continue to build their capacity as well. And then with that, the executive directors are still supervising working closely and directing the work of the academic coaching specialists. And those academic coaching specialists through the executive directors will definitely be helping those instructional coaches that are on the Title I schools that qualify for Title I funding, but they will also work at all campuses across the district. Moving into our systems category, we have an extreme focus on aligning our curriculum, instruction, and assessment. Dr. Diaz will talk in a moment about what the specific plans are for that, but that will dovetail directly into helping us to continue to improve and strive to ensure that our professional learning communities are working the way that they should be working and showing results. And then our human capital systems is something that we're also excited about. We know that staffing is extremely important, so this could have just as well been in the people category as well. But we want to make sure that we have an extremely strong teacher in front of every single child and that we have no vacancies. We don't want to have meetings next year where all we're talking about is how many. We want to celebrate the fact that the number is 0 in advance. So in order to do that, some of the strategies that have been proposed that are in play already are a teacher pool is being created where we'll actually have people waiting to fill the vacancies. We're getting ahead of that very early. For example, there's a job fair on April the 15th. That's a district-wide job fair that is being publicized heavily. Student teachers, there are many options for them to sign contracts early and to be pre-hired. And then teacher contracts, we're already starting to issue those. And so very exciting that principals will be able to look at a pool of people and hire early. And we're going to be giving preference to schools that receive Title I funding in that hiring as well. In the area of resources, we have some good resources available. But the thing is that if teachers and other staff members and administrators do not know where they are and how to use them, then we haven't done a good job with communicating those resources. So that is one strategy that we're going to have, is to increase our level of communication around our instructional playbook that is online and that's available and that we think is a great resource. We're also going to really enhance our professional development and continue to work with various individuals that are bringing quality to us. Frances Stetson, we are going to work with her continually throughout this next school year. We've already worked with Mike Maddows, and we are going to make sure that we include multilingual in all of that to make sure that we're not leaving out any of our groups that we need to ensure that we are still promoting and that are part of the board priorities as well. And then NWEA is the last resource that we need to really take advantage of. That's the group that creates the MAP growth test for us. When we take the MAP growth test, what you do with the results is extremely important. So it's obvious we have gaps. We can't just say, we're going to just wait till the next one and see what happens and go on a wing and a prayer. That's not the way it works. Instead, there are standards that need to be addressed. There are gaps in the learning with those standards. And NWEA does provide resources for us to utilize. Again, it's a communication thing for us. We need to make sure that we're utilizing those resources to our best advantage and ensuring that we are closing those gaps with what we have available to us. Now, that doesn't exclude anything about our guaranteed and viable curriculum that we're working with. We're going to make sure that we utilize that too. It needs to dovetail, and part of the professional development is how do you combine those resources and ensure that you're differentiating as well and addressing the needs of all of our student groups in order to experience success.
So I know when we present this data, you all often ask why we're not growing at the rate we would like. And that causes me to reflect on the things that are in my locus of control. I've spoken to you about, it's a mirror and not a window, right? So what is it that we can improve on within my system? And one of the largest things is the curriculum. So we are currently in a complete reimagining of what the curriculum could look like to serve all of our students' needs. We really started to dig into that work this week, and it started out as an emotional roller coaster. There were a lot of feelings about things, but today we were in a magical place. And I believe that when we revamp this curriculum, it's going to really help the teachers within their PLCs. So we're organizing it around the 4 questions of the PLCs. The first question is, what do we want our students to learn? So I always also tell you that that's a deceptively simple question, but it's very complicated to get specific and understand what's in the TEKS, and then how is that going to be assessed. So we are using that question to guide what are the resources that the teacher teams need in order to successfully have collaborative conversations around that question. The next question would be an assessment question. How do we know that they've learned it? So what tools can we provide the collaborative teams to have discussion around assessment items, to provide items in there of this is how it's going to look on STAR. We're creating performance tasks that should be engaging, more like mini project-based learning activities to assess the students' learning that will gradually increase in rigor. They start a little bit easier and then they gradually get more challenging. And then to provide intervention, which would answer the third question, we need to be very targeted about how we are doing tier 2 interventions for our students. And then the last piece is, which is one of the pieces that we often ignore, it's the enrichment piece. And that's very crucial because those kids that have mastered the content need to be pushed farther. And then also that when they're working on those activities, that's when the teacher can pull small groups and work on the tier 2 interventions within their classroom. So the other thing that we're looking at to add into the curriculum is high-yield strategies that close opportunity gaps at an accelerated rate. Again, I've spoken to you all about this, where if we're trying to make up multiple years of gaps, that we need to be very careful about the strategies that we're using, looking at strategies that can get us a year or 2 or 3 of growth. I told you that. So, and the other thing, we know that within the curriculum, it needs to foster curiosity and inquiry. And so those are, again, the things that we're trying to include, or we will include in our performance tasks. We need to include diverse and representative text and before all others. We need to ensure that we are giving our African American and Latino students texts that they can grapple with, because we know that students learn best when they're challenged and they're in the zone of productive struggle. So we need to ensure that the curriculum will help lead teachers to designing these kind of activities. In regard to instruction, we need to leverage MAP during the PLCs to uncover ways for us to close opportunity gaps, and that can be things like setting goals with students. So we know that at the beginning of the year, MAP will produce a growth goal for each student. They're individualized, and then teachers have conversations with the students about this is where you need to be by the MOI. It's saying that the average amount of growth to show that you're growing would be 5 points. But there are other discussions that we need to have. For example, maybe 5 points is not enough to get the child to at the meets level. So it may still be that goal they'll still be at does not approach. So there are conversations that we have to have with teachers or with the students, teachers need to have with students about how to set those goals. And sometimes you need to go above and beyond the call of duty to get the students back on grade level. Also, we know that we really need to lean into what the teachers have learned from the reading academies. So one of the things that we have 4 jobs posted right now, and those people are going to be specifically in support of the implementation of the reading academies. So those jobs are posted, and we need people to apply for them because we see them as being very pivotal to helping not only the instructional coaches that will be on the title campuses, but in general, just moving the early literacy forward. And then I have to admit that the implementation of MAP has many starts and stops, and some of this was because it was rolled out during the pandemic. And then again, all of the things that happened during the pandemic, and then just changes of leadership where, MAP has exchanged hands a few times. But we know that it's a nationally normed, valid, and reliable assessment. In fact, there are many states that are using it as their standardized assessment. So we know it's a good test, but there is some breakdown in our implementation. And again, I will blame myself for that. And we'll come up with a better plan of how we can implement it with better fidelity, so we can ensure that we're getting valid results back when we report out to you, and that we're doing something with that with the data to move our students forward.
We love to learn from our schools. We know that that's a best practice. There are some schools that are experiencing success. And so on this chart, you can see, and I want to call their names out so they can be recognized in case they're watching. Campbell Elementary School, Overton, Pecan Springs, and Overton and Pecan Springs are listed twice. Wynn, Harris, Padron, Sanchez, Guerrero, Thompson, Oak Springs, and Pickle. Those are schools that are well above the district average for growth, for students meeting their growth targets in reading and math, and the African American and Hispanic groups of students that are identified as economically disadvantaged. So with that, what is it that those schools did that might be a little bit different than what other schools did? Or what did they double down on that all schools are trying to do, but they just really hit the nail on the head, and they're doing it with fidelity? There's some no-brainers here as far as I'm concerned. We all have high expectations, but how do you communicate those high expectations and then realize those high expectations? And then explicit instruction in the foundational skills. And foundational skills are things such as, phonological awareness, or one-to-one correspondence, or spatial reasoning and math, and really thinking deeply about what you're going to do with regards to making those very discrete skills real. Looking at a systematic focus on academic vocabulary. I looked at a 3rd grade sample question the other day that it talked about some animals I knew nothing about myself, but then the question was, what makes blank more beneficial than blank? And you're asking a 3rd grader, and you're using the word beneficial as Tier 2 academic vocabulary. You almost can't plan for teaching that. You just have to do a lot of reading, a lot of talking, and just, talking and communicating and conversing and practicing vocabulary throughout the year in context is the only way to make that happen. And then a lot of writing as well. Journals and notebooks are a way to do that, and those principals and teachers did indicate that that's what's happening. And then knowing how you're going to go about annotating the text when you're reading. We all, as even adult readers, at least I'll speak for Gilbert Hicks, he still writes in the margins when he's reading because that's the best way for him to remember what to go back and look at again. That's a best practice, a lifelong skill. And then celebrating growth. We all want to do that. We all want to know that we're being successful. It helps build our confidence, and then we become more courageous and we are willing to step out more. So those are some of the things that worked for these schools. So thank you for your time and attention. That concludes our presentation.
Thank you so much. So now is the time for us to ask questions on the current vision. So when asking your questions, try to focus on the data presented, asking questions about who, what, why, and how. So trustees, who has a question? Was it you? Oh, sorry, I thought you were pointing to her.
No, I actually don't have a question. I want to answer a question. The question is, what are these schools doing differently? They have parent involvement like you would not believe. They get their parents into the building. They hold events. That is what makes a difference at each one of those schools. Wynn has a very involved parent community. Pecan Springs, Campbell. I will tell you a second thing they all have in common. They have teachers and leaders of color on their campus. Those kids see themselves every single day. I have said from that podium, and I have said from this dais, we are not doing enough and teachers are at capacity. This week, I was able to attend South by Southwest and see the film. Give me a minute. And see the film called The Right to Read. It's the story of an Oakland-based NAACP activist, Kareem Weaver, who is fighting for reading instruction for the students of Oakland. I'm going to make a statement, and it's just quotes from the film. This country has always prioritized literacy, who would be included and who would be excluded. This is not a question of can we get this done, it is a question of will we. Do we have the moral courage and fortitude to do so? We don't have any more time to waste. Illiteracy is a pipeline to prison and homelessness. Frederick Douglass said, once you learn to read, you will forever be free. That ends the quotes, and I tell you, if literacy is freedom, then we are shackling yet another generation of Black and brown children. I am requesting, pleading, and demanding with the interim superintendent to declare a state of urgency and immediately design a plan that has an implementation in 23-24 that includes parents as partners, and to look at priority staffing and to shift resources where they are so desperately needed. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Hunter. Any other trustees? Trustee Gonzalez?
Thank you, President Singh. I just want to thank my colleague right now for taking the time to acknowledge that. And I want to add on to it because I cannot accept what I see in front of me. My family has lived in Austin for a very long time, for multiple generations. My grandparents were educated in this district. They went to Palm, they went to Zavala, they went to UJH, which doesn't exist anymore. They went to Allen Junior High. My grandmother, who I want to lift up right now, she left AISD when she was in the 3rd grade. She attended the Zavala Industrial Mexican School because that's what it was called at that time. And when she left, it was because her mother had passed away. And when she became the primary caretaker for her family, she left Zavala in 3rd grade. And I remember when I interviewed her in college and I learned all this about her life, she remembered very clearly that nobody came looking for her when she left. And she raised my father as a single mother. My father went to schools on the east side. He went to Zavala also, and he went to Allen, and he went to Johnston, where he left when he was a sophomore because he was dyslexic and he was frustrated and he did not receive the support that he needed. And so when I look at this data and I see that we have 1,789 Hispanic students, not emergent bilingual, we're just talking Hispanic, people who have been here for multiple generations, and I see that 18% of them, or whatever it is, are on grade level. That's 509 students. I have a district of 74,000 that can read on grade level in the 3rd grade. And I do not accept that. I cannot accept that. And so I want to second what Trustee Hunter said, that this is a crisis and it has gone on for families like mine in this district for decades,
Thank you, Trustee Gonzalez. Vice President Foster.
So, when I see where we are with the data, and then I see and hear the commentary and see the reality of teachers not experiencing a set of circumstances where they're able to support the kids universally in getting to the outcomes that we all want to see. That raises questions about how the teachers are able to spend their day, what they have going on, and then also how we are developing and supporting teachers and their growth, which then leads me to ask questions about, our ongoing development. Basically, there's a cascade of questions, and I do think it's time, if we haven't been using it, to lift up the word crisis, and to really pinpoint and acknowledge this as basically a centuries-old crisis that is now, we're all committed, and yet we're not there. So something's got to break. Something's got to give. I'm curious about, and I would just love to hear, like, philosophically and operationally, what's going on concretely that has that produces, and perhaps Trustee Hunter answered part of the question, but produces disparate outcomes in similar circumstances in the district. Is that the question pointed? Does that make sense as a question? Can you help me with that as a starting point? Help me understand why we have disparate outcomes in similar circumstances.
So you're talking about the slide where we said that there were some schools that are experiencing some success, and they have the same opportunity. Other schools have the same opportunities as those schools.
Yeah, and I appreciated seeing that slide, by the way. And even more pointed than go broader too. So it's not just schools. There's within schools. There's classroom A where it's happening and classroom B where it's not. Or tell me if that's not the case. But I imagine that we see disparate outcomes all over the place. Here it's firing on all cylinders, here it's not. This school, not this school, this classroom, not this classroom. So can we start by helping me understand that?
So, yes, it could, there are some coulds, and I'm going to just be honest about that. I can't say that there are definite things that are happening, but from my observations and from my working with my team, we know that I'd almost prefer to throw away the term professional development and call it professional learning instead. And it's something that's ongoing all the time, and it's deeply embedded in what we do. And we're headed in that direction. And that's one thing. And that's with the instructional coaches and the academic coaching specialists that we have. That's going to happen. There is uneven implementation of the professional learning community model across the district, and perhaps the way that those academic coaching specialists have been used to could have an impact on that as well. But then I'm going to go broader, as you said, too, and say that the 3 R's are not implemented equally across the district yet, and that's something that we're going to focus on in our curriculum that we are redesigning and making, and it's also a mindset shift in that rigor, relevance, and relationships. It's not new data, it's not new research, but Daggett's research about rigor, relevance, and relationships is important. How we define rigor and how we see it and what we do about it in individual schools and then within individual classrooms within the schools needs to be consistent, and that's common language that we need to have and a common definition that we need to have of it that I don't think we have right now. And then the relevance piece goes into the cultural proficiency part and how we're helping to make sure that kids are seeing themselves in the curriculum and also seeing themselves in the school as well across the board. And then finally, the relationships and how the relationship between a teacher and a student is extremely important. Just hard stop there. And it's not even, and I know that.
So, help me go a little deeper. If I'm looking at a group of students, I'm going, and I'm sure we are as well. I'm going to go deeper than say, here was the assignment. They didn't get it. Some kids got it, some kids didn't. So I'm just going to be more relevant, be more rigorous, I'm going to say, when I dialed in, this is what's happening with this student. and this is what's happening with this student, and this is what's happening in the greater context. And I'm going to have to start to differentiate and really speak to what's going on, or teach to work with what's going on for each of my students, right? So far, I'm not hearing that in terms of the support for our teachers. Like, I'm hearing, here are the things we want everybody to get. So I'm looking for the deeper, like, what are the ways that we leverage the veteran teacher on campus so that the veteran teacher is like, instead of getting more burned out, we're actually saying, I don't know, here's what we're going to do for you that also has a benefit to this novice teacher or this struggling teacher. And this struggling teacher, here's what's happening, because we understand what's happening and where it's not happening. And we know who knows how to do it. And in our ecosystem, we're going to have our veteran teachers feel better and our novice teachers feel better because, and I'm just making this up, but did you see what I'm starting to get at?
Absolutely. And Trustee Foster, I wholeheartedly agree with you, and I can address that. Differentiation is, if you go back to the people, systems, and resources slide, I did brush over the differentiation part, but it is an extremely important part of what we need to do. You're absolutely right. You're going to have tier 1 instruction. There's something that everyone needs to get, and then you need to dial down deeper, and you need to focus on the academic achievement of every single child, and that's going to look different when you think about differentiation. So, for example, there's certain questions that you ask, and the Stetson training that we've had recently, where we are focusing obviously on what we're going to do in order to improve our outcomes for our students that are receiving special education services. Interim Superintendent Segura said, if we're not doing right by that particular group of students, that's not okay. And what we do well for any of our marginalized groups is going to help all students in our school district. So, for example, when you're differentiating well, you have to think about whether or not you're implementing first of all, tier 1 instruction very well for all students in the school, and then you have to look at what modifications the individual student needs after you get the data back from your assessments. That's very true. And then how is technology or any other resource going to help you support that child? Everyone learns differently. So what do you need to do for each individual one in order to make sure?
So how are we supporting differentiation in support of teachers?
That will go back to our professional learning needs that we have in order to ensure that we are doing that across the board for all teachers, and that differentiation is done as a matter of course in all the professional learning that we do. How do you differentiate this, or this, whatever it is that we happen to be doing the learning on in that particular day?
So part of that, I think, has to do with the PLCs, because exactly what you're speaking about novice teachers learning from veteran teachers, we know that the research says that collective teacher efficacy, which is directly tied to the PLC, has one of the highest effect size, which can move kids a year or two or more when the teachers work together collaboratively and have high expectations for their students. So that's the vehicle in which they learn from each other, and they share the load, which takes some of the individual responsibility that are on our teachers that's burning them out. It really is how they lean into each other and support each other. But also within the curriculum, we are including elements of universal design. So we will have a sample exemplar lesson that is designed universally with all the different access points to show how, if you are actually proactive and think about how you can include those things in your lessons ahead of time, then you're not going to see them falling down, rather. And I was guilty of this as a teacher too. There were so many things that if I just would have planned for ahead of time, I could have prevented many of the pitfalls that my kids fell into. And so we're weaving those things into the curriculum. And one of the largest pieces of this that ties into differentiation and scaffolding is the idea of learning targets with success criteria. So the idea, and those things will be included into the curriculum for the teacher teams to have conversations around. But that is, if this is the target, this is where the children need to be at the end of the day, then how am I going to scaffold the learning in order for all kids to get to this target by the end of the class? or, the block of time that we have on a daily basis. So the success criteria is basically the moves the kids and the teachers need to make together to achieve mastery of that learning for the day. And that is also tied to checks for understanding. So each one of those rungs of the ladder has a formative assessment to ensure that our kids are moving along the process and are able to attain that learning target, the learning goal for the day. And so therefore I have in there, it's about micro interventions. When you're doing micro interventions on a daily basis, you can catch the kids right away. So if they're missing this step, then I need to reteach this right here in the moment before they leave the classroom. And then we know that those misconceptions can become part of their schema. So the best way to triage a misconception is to deal with it right there in the moment before the kids leave the classroom. So a lot of those things we know need to be embedded within the curriculum.
Okay. Thank you for that. And the most interesting and for me on point part of where I'm going and what I'm asking is when you talk about the implementation of the rollout of the PLCs and how they're lived into practice. And you talked about the research base, talking about the benefits of a collaborative, supportive community where teachers are learning from one another and positioned to be in support of one another in pursuit of excellence. That leads to a giant elephant in the room of the distribution of experienced teachers campus to campus. And so then that raises the question for me of, are we in a position to have a really strong group of folks supporting each other when the years of experience on this campus are so low compared to another? So the fine point question, I see that our HR chief just came up. You mentioned giving preference in hiring to Title I schools, and I would love to hear a little bit more of teasing out of what that actually looks like in practice. So let's start there.
Thank you for the question, Trustee Foster. Good evening, everyone. Brittany Hosick, Chief of Human Capital. I'm actually very excited to answer this question. I think that we have not answered the question in practicality the way that we should have for quite some time. So the first thing I want to say is, if I may talk about that professional learning piece, first of all, and I would even push further, we need to go, it's a talent development piece. And so really talent development. We have talent in the district. We need to meet that talent where it is and absolutely develop it further. Now, part of that, and it's something that, in fact, Dr. Holly and I had a conversation about earlier today, is there must be a moment in time where we have these baseline professional development, professional learning opportunities. That is the expectation, especially when we are talking about teachers that are in front of that are in front of students of color. That they had this baseline and represent the values that we have set forth as a district. And so I want to start with that piece. Second to that is we have to create structures that incentivize teachers to go to and stay at our Title I campuses, and it can't be something that's it can't be just smaller class sizes. It can't just be compensation. It has to be all of these things, and it has to be embedded support. So one of the things that we are talking about, first of all, is that obviously we have differentiated our strategic compensation. That is embedded, so more points earned in that. However, what we really need to be talking about is significant compensation packages that incentivize those particular campuses. The interim superintendent and I had that conversation earlier today about how do we truly compensate for those positions so that it's not a turnover place. It is not the place that actually has our youngest teachers, our newest teachers, our freshest teachers in that role, but our most seasoned, most veteran, and our highest performing teachers in those roles on those campuses. So to that end, there are innovative staffing models that we're exploring right now. It speaks to your point. We have X amount of students. We approach it as a team effort. What I mean by that is rather than, let's say, a number of students that would traditionally be covered by 4 teacher units, covering it with 3 teacher units at much higher pay rates and a clinical teacher that is in there that is building that pipeline, right? And so teacher 1, 2, 3 being compensated at a significantly higher rate, and teacher 4, there's still 4 adults there. So I want everybody to be clear, still 4 adults, but that 4th teacher is watching expert teachers and learning their craft with some people holding them, and then they are the next person in line to take that position on that campus in that moment. And so I spoke to principals yesterday. We are at a position that if we continue to staff the way that we have staffed, we will continue to suffer the results of that. We will never be fully staffed if we are refusing to be innovative about that and aggressive. So we are exploring many of those options about teacher pipelining and how to get those folks in the works right now. We had 60 degreed individuals on the 2nd floor 2 hours ago that are ready to go. And so let's get that pipeline going. In some concrete ways, how are we prioritizing campuses for hiring? We do have the event that it is one of our events that we're running. We're putting lots of effort into this, but the way you prioritize campuses in that is that I have right now about 130 pre-hires, and they have early access into that event with Title I principals. So our pool of teachers will be speaking to our Title I principals first to make sure that we are staffing those campuses first. So just some concrete ways that we are really trying to talk about how to do this a little bit differently. So very long-winded, and I apologize.
No apologies necessary at all. And I'm here, and I know the community's here. We're here for alternative approaches.
Right.
That are research-backed, that have a greater likelihood of getting us somewhere. And, it's the work of your office and the entire team to work through these options and to come up with a different approach. And to come up with a different approach that's not a dartboard where we're going to throw 7 darts and hope one of them sticks, but actually have a community engaged process, a principal engaged process, teacher engaged process, and a research backed process that produces these types of innovations. And some of those that you mentioned are pretty exciting. I'm less excited. I didn't hear much that is going to tilt the scales too much in terms of where teachers land yet, but I could be wrong. And I want to be wrong. And I would continue to push in terms of thinking about teacher placement and how teachers are placed initially,
Yep. Yes.
how they are retained, how do we support their retention, and how we feel about doing 3 years over here and having an exodus that absolutely has a flow like a river in one direction that's entirely predictable for decades. We have to disrupt that powerfully if we are going to get anywhere. That's my conviction. That's how I feel about it. To go further, and with apologies to my colleagues for going on a little bit long tonight, when we say Title I schools versus not Title I schools, in terms of how we're thinking about the provision of resources, is that enough specificity? Should we be saying, okay, I'll let you.
I apologize. No, it's a quick answer because it is certainly a factor and an indicator that we need to look at. However, we also need to look at school size. We also need to look at, I believe Trustee Hunter mentioned earlier, Do we need to deploy resources that helps build that community engagement, that family engagement, that is really focused on doing that until it gets up and moving? I think that every single indicator that we can look at to be as specific as we can for what that campus needs to flourish is what we need to look at. So no, sir, that is not the only thing. It is one thing that we need to look at for sure, though. But to your point about what you didn't hear that, and I want to make sure I'm clear, the model that I was describing is one of many about pipelining, but the power in that and what attracts teachers to that is that teachers want to feel empowered. One of the best things you can do as a teacher is coach another teacher. It's an amazing experience, and when you're incentivized to do that, when you're compensated to do it, and when you're empowered to do it, it's not anything that you can get outside of that model in any other way. So compensated for it, positioned for it, empowered to do it, and supported in that way. That's what's attractive about doing those positions. And so I hope I'm answering the question a little bit more clearly.
Yeah, thank you. And I do think that there might be benefit in codifying some of the, so we've gotten used to saying Title I,
Sure.
not Title I, and what you've indicated is that there's indeed more specificity and attention to detail within that. We might be at a point where naming 12 priority schools is part of it, so that becomes part of the way we are publicly thinking about it, and of course internally thinking about it. In other words, developing some productive rigidity where it says, here's a threshold, here's the ones we've named, and here are the specific things we're doing on those campuses.
Fully agree.
We're all, I'll say we all, I think a lot of us, if not all of us, are deeply in pain over our continued failures that are now collective failures. I'm on this board 2 years. It's now, I'm part owner of it. And I want to be a productive partner in things being better. So the pushing and the questioning and the self-demands and the demands of you amazing folks, they're going to ratchet up because we have to. And I sincerely mean looking at myself and how I can be a better trustee and being more supportive, because I can't, I can't anymore. My 2 kids made it by the grace of somebody a whole lot smarter than me, but we're in a partner of producing better outcomes than we're doing right now. And that's the font of this questioning. I apologize for anything that's out of line, but I will be pushing hard because we are so far from where we deserve to be. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Foster. Trustee Boswell.
Thank you all for all of this. I want to thank my colleagues for sharing your stories and connecting to this in really personal ways that I don't have to feel. Talking about the fact that it is your family's stories, because it's not my family's story. That's not what's reflected in the data. And families like mine need to know this and feel this and hear this as well. So I appreciate the real openness to talking about it and facing it and talking about it and confronting it. I want to ask what we're doing to engage with people who are in classrooms every day and finding the answers. I want to give credit. I'm very excited to hear enrichment and intervention, curiosity and inquiry, diverse and engaging text, project-based learning. And I also heard that we're telling students this is where you need to be by the MOI, which does not really align with that. We're hearing from our families, from our students, from our educators that there is testing fatigue. We had a presentation about the map, that it was going to be this magical tool. There's a 2012 study. I don't know if there's a new one updated that's posted on the Department of Ed's website. 32 elementary schools in 5 districts in Illinois participated in a 2-year randomized controlled trial to assess the effectiveness of the MAP program. The results of this study indicate that the MAP program was implemented with moderate fidelity, but that MAP teachers were not more likely than control group teachers to have applied differentiated instructional practices in their classrooms. Overall, the MAP program did not have a statistically significant impact on student reading achievement in either grade 4 or grade 5. And I hear the differentiation, I hear the professional learning, I hear the chance for teachers to plan together. And I want to be sure we're talking with our campus to be sure these are the right tools and the right approaches and not just a product. And I am not yet convinced of that. And I say that because meeting after meeting, we sit and see the blue diamond that is supposed to hit the average. And I was glad to see the ones where we were growing more in the math, and again, frustrated to see the ones where we're not even meeting the average that would be expected. And I have to wonder if instead of leaning into a product, we need to be leaning into staffing, mentorship, the instructional coaching, partnerships with families, which are not fluff, which have immense power, which have data to back them up in improving academic scores, attendance, enrollment, behavior, all the things we know we want for our kids. And I don't have the answer. I'm not a professional educator. The study I read is 10 years old, but the data we're seeing is not. And I am not convinced that this is the right, that we're not testing and missing instructional time to the detriment of a lot of other things we could be doing with these resources of time and money and expertise that we have in our schools. So I just want to raise that question. I raise that point. I don't know if it's a question or a comment. I welcome input and insights about it, but I know we know a lot of other strategies work.
Absolutely. And I think that the MAP is basically to measure progress. So it's not necessarily it's not an instructional tool. It's just to see if the things that we are doing within the classroom are having the impact that we want. So therefore, there are instructional tools within MAP. For example, if a student gets a certain RIT score, there's a learning continuum that will tell you, here are some skills that you may need to pre-teach this particular student in order for the student to be able to achieve grade level success. So there are tools in there, but it's not a program as IXL or some other kind of intervention product like that. It is really just to measure where the kids are in that moment in time. We do know, because we hear it a lot, that we are testing we're testing our students quite a bit. And that's a consideration that we need to make. I know that was the conversation started today. We need to look at the assessments that we're giving our students and maybe what adjustments we need to make for the next year, because there is assessment fatigue.
And I just might add, I know that Trustee Boswell, you asked the question about whether or not MAP was the appropriate tool for us to be using, period, to assess whether or not our kids are progressing. And that's an open question because it's not a program, so and we also don't teach to the test in any kind of way. We have no idea what's going to be on the test. It's not aligned with directly with what our standards are, like the STAR test is. We know what to expect and what we're going to possibly see with regards to the standards. So it's nationally normed, and so it's a different thought process, a different mindset around assessment.
And I appreciate all of that explanation and understand that it's an assessment, not an instructional, it's not curriculum, it's not how we teach, but I do get the feeling, meeting after meeting, that it's driving a lot of what we do. And I appreciate the chance to ask whether it's the right way to be driving, and it's using a lot of resources of time and energy for our students, our teachers, and financial resources of our district. And if we were seeing the things that we were promised we would see, I would feel differently, and we're not. And I feel like that's a question we haven't asked yet that really needs to be asked. So I appreciate the chance to put that out there. And again, I don't have the answer. I don't expect the answer tonight, but I think it's a question we need to be asking. I think I can I think I can leave it at that. Just really appreciate the focus on the joy and the richness in learning for all of our kids. Because we know in the same way our data doesn't look the same way everywhere, the opportunities and learning and climate our kids have don't look the same everywhere. The family engagement there's not room for that true partnership everywhere, and every one of our families is an expert in their children, an expert in what they want in their children, and that needs to be trained and supported with resources and learning. Because it is something that sometimes needs to be learned as much as anything. And I would love to consider, too, if some of this planning time may be used in support of that, of our teachers building relationships with families. And just want to go back to finding out what people on the campuses in our classrooms feel about how this is going and what ideas they have to help us get where we all need to be. So thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Boswell. Anyone else? Trustee Zapata?
I agree with what everyone has said, but I also just want to, just going back, and when I first was approached by, well, really forced by my kids to go to the school, but the parent support that welcomed me and try to make me feel comfortable and not feel afraid. I had a lot of fears, felt very intimidated around people that had more education, felt that wasn't my place, and didn't know how I could contribute to anything. And today, I've run into many parents that feel the same way. The campus does not feel like it's a place for them. They don't feel welcomed. They don't feel like they have anything to contribute. Many of our parents have degrees. They just don't have the English to be able to share the expertise they have. They're not being invited to participate and engage and to help be that partner for the teacher so that teacher can take things off their plate. And what's changed also is Title I was for schools that had 90%. When I got involved with the schools, they were at 90% on free or reduced lunch. Those were the schools that qualified. A lot of that money has been taken away, and what we're seeing now is the result of taking those funds away from the schools that have a higher number of students, because we've added another pot, another percentage rate, a group of number of students that go somewhere else. So that's hurting us. And I was fortunate to go meet with parent support specialists this week. And congratulations, all of our parent support. This is Parent Support Specialist Week, and you are amazing. And that yet they are not being able to do the job they're hired to do, to work with the parent, to help parents that are like what I used to be. So we're taking away that time of investment in parents because of shortage of staff. But at the end, it's kicking us in the rear because of where we are now with results. They are not able to do the training and teaching with parents who want to engage, but there is no space for that to happen. It's not happening, and they're being pulled to do a lot of things. Well, one of the things I heard they're being pulled to do is do registration for next year and not giving the tools. They have to find a computer and sit down with every parent, but is that really training parent how to support and be an advocate for your child's success? So it's very different what PSSs are doing today than when I was there. And when I was a PSS, I followed exactly how I was treated as a parent, and did the same thing, and was able to bring a school to zero PTA to standing room only PTA, because it just takes people. People are not programs. You can't just say, start this program over there and you're going to bring parents. No, they have to meet them where they are, and they are going to be more than willing to help support and do what the school. They have high respect for teachers. And so I think we're really missing those opportunities. And I'm glad you talked about the enrichment piece, because that's why all the after-school programs were created, so that students have that enrichment where they wouldn't have otherwise, but it's supporting their learning so that they can understand that that's what school's about. Just like the summer job training we're doing with our kids, teaching them that right now the job right now is to be in school, be on time, be respectful, do your homework, and help others, and all those things. So, I can't believe that where we are today. I agree with Foster, Trustee Foster, that here we are already been here the same amount of time, and I feel like I haven't. Where did I go wrong? What can I do different to support and help? Because I'm at all my schools, and there's everyone's doing their best, but the school cannot do it alone. The piece that's still missing is the community piece, as Trustee Hunter said. It's the community that we need to bring back out, and to be that community of learners with our schools. And we can make that happen. And once that begins to unfold, you will begin to see your numbers go back up. I just love, and I don't know if you've seen the movie of Ben Carson. It's an amazing story, and I've met so many administrators with this kind of story, where it's called Gifted Hands, where he was raised in poverty, and look, he became the first African-American heart surgeon. Our kids can be those surgeons as well. Anything they can be, as long as, that we have, that we're opening those other opportunities for them, and that the school today cannot do it alone. And what we're seeing is a reflection of leaving out community, leaving out parents. And until we learn to really engage them in a meaningful way, we'll be here. I don't think that we'll see more results. I hate to say that, but I'm about community, and I'm here to work with you and support you and do whatever I can to see how we can grow. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Zapata. Trustee Whitley-Chu.
Yes, I have a question about the instructional coaches and what that model is going to look like, or is planned to look like, and so we can discuss that if that's the way to go, or if we need some tweaking to the model.
Good evening, Trustee Whitley-Chu. Thank you for the question. The screen's in front of me, so anyway. So the instructional coaching model, we are currently moving through information sessions to prepare for that, so that people are applying and we can move through our screener to make sure that we are putting the best people on campuses that we possibly can. To answer your question, the model is, the intent of an instructional coach is to support teachers in the classroom. Is it a teacher support? So particularly for our 0 to 2 year teachers, the model is going to be bringing them in. We will cohort them. We will bring them in every 10th day, so every other Friday, and do an entire day of professional development, professional coaching with our coaches. So we want it to be very streamlined, very human-centered. We do not want it to look one way on one campus and one way on another campus and another way on another campus. We also do not want these positions to be extra hands on deck to do administrative duties, et cetera, to be substitute. That's not what this is about. This is about supporting those teachers in the classroom, helping them work through, pedagogy, helping them, making sure that they have completely developed their lessons and thought through that, and providing that level of support. We will be providing a 2-week, likely, training to our instructional coaches up front before they ever even start coaching on their own. And then it'll be a gradual release, if you will, of that coaching model. I hope I answered that question to the degree you wanted. If not, ask me deeper. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's helpful. So I've seen different models, and things having different names doesn't necessarily make it the,
100%.
what it is. So so I like the idea. We call it was Reach Mentor was what it was called.
This is going to be very similar to that. I also participated in Reach Mentor, absolutely.
And so, yeah, I had a Reach Mentor. It was the reason I was able to continue teaching and be good at teaching. And, my Reach Mentor had a lot of flexibility with how we were supported. From sitting down to planning a lesson with me to even seeing that my PLC, because we talk a lot about the PLC model, and what it felt like to me, it felt like probably a lot how you feel at a board meeting, where I was brought into, I didn't feel like it was planning, I felt like I was in a meeting where I was here being interrogated about data for 45 minutes, and then going back to my classroom. Sometimes, oh no, I didn't get to make, so my Reach Mentor would grab my stack of copies and go make them for me while I was sitting in my data interrogation meeting. My Reach Mentor would teach a lesson to my class while I learned from my mentor, or, as you said, not having them as substitutes, but my Reach Mentor did substitute my class so I could observe veteran teachers in my school. And so there was just so much, I think really that right hiring of someone I want someone who's a teacher. I want someone like Candace, like Andrew, in that so someone who sees themselves as a teacher first. And so I do like that focus on our novice teachers too, because sometimes we had folks, and I don't know if their title was instructional coach from central office, who would come to our meetings, who had less experience than our veteran teachers, kind of who I never saw them teach a model lesson. So I didn't really trust that they were a good teacher or not, and sort of talking down to our veteran teachers. So I think, I'm glad to hear more information about that.
I fully agree. The Reach mentorship speaks to me on a very deep level, because we had a multiple on our campus, and so they were such a tremendous help. But yes, absolutely, doing the model lessons, of course, substituting, taking over the class so that the teacher that their mentoring can take care of other tasks that may be on their plate at that moment, but not one that the principal will say, hey, I need you to go be this teacher today.
Gotcha.
Because that's not what they're there to do. They are truly there to be a support system for our campus teachers, for all of our campus teachers, but specifically focused on our 0 to 2 year teachers, so that they can have somebody at their side every step of the way.
Yeah, because, we just have this one, such a great opportunity to get this right.
Absolutely.
So that's good to hear.
Does anyone else have other questions? I was looking that way, not this way. Trustee Kaufman.
Thank you. First, I want to apologize to the crowd waiting for the long-range planning and the multilingual education updates. I hope you're enjoying this conversation or finding it important. I really appreciate all of my colleagues on the dais comments and the passion with which they expressed concern around these results, and I share that. And I heard a lot that I internalized from what they said, so I appreciate that. I really appreciate what Trustee Foster said about this being our problem, and so I've worked in this district, prior to this for 17 years, and I've lived in this community for 19 years, so I absolutely know that I am part of the we who needs to own this and address this. I also ascribe to the belief that we need to approach challenges with a no shame, no blame, but no excuses approach. And so I'm not in any way I hope that in no way our hardworking teachers and staff and principals, I hope I know they already have a concern, right, that they want their students to succeed, and that this data would be as alarming for them as it is for us. And I want to acknowledge that this is our challenge, and I don't want them to feel that they're being blamed or that they should be ashamed. But I do expect that they will be part of the No Excuses rally to make sure that we are not blaming families, we're not blaming kids, we're not blaming COVID, we're not blaming funding, we're not blaming anything, because we can find a way. I will say, however, that anybody, as we look at this legislature currently and advocate for some resolutions to the funding issues, anybody who says that more money is not going to help has no idea what our teachers are facing and what our schools are doing right now. No idea whatsoever. And so finding a solution to increasing the basic allotment and making sure that our schools have the funding that will allow us to staff the schools that need the staffing, to compensate the people who need compensating, to buy the resources that need buying. We need mental health, we need counseling, we need instructional coaches, we need teaching assistants, we need those types of innovative programs around where we can put teachers into schools prior to putting teachers into their own classroom in ways that costs money. And so we've got to figure that out. But I want to go back to this kind of state of urgency that Trustee Hunter said, and kind of elevate that to a state of emergency, and that we really do have to figure this out for our students. And I went back last week to listen to the Boy presentation about this data, because I was curious about what that was, and I had attended that meeting, but I went back and listened to it again. And I wanted to quote Trustee Anderson, who spoke at that meeting on November 10th, when we shared the beginning of your results for the map. And she asked at that meeting, what specific efforts for African American students? If we see that you didn't meet the target, what are we doing? What systems are we putting in place at the elementary, middle, and high school to ensure that those students who are struggling get the support that they need? And then she kind of hearkened back to the African American Achievement Plan that I think Mr. Hicks had been leading a few years ago, and then we kind of lost sight of that plan, I think, for a little while. But then Trustee Anderson said, how is it that you see Hispanic students, you see white students make progress, and African American students do not meet the target? And then she asked, like, what are we she mentioned the professional learning communities to plan for individual students. She said, but what are we missing? And part of the response was, well, this is the beginning of year, we're going to look at the data again in middle of year. And so it is heartbreaking to see that the African American student group did not make the progress that other student groups did. It's even more heartbreaking when you look at the progress that other student groups made and realize how small that progress is. So we are all in this together, but I do not want to, we cannot come back to hear the end of your data and have that same conversation around, what did we do between now and then? And so I appreciate the calls to action. I appreciate the calls to invest and make sure that as we make the tough decisions around the budget, that we're investing in the things that our teachers say they need, that we're investing in the thing that our principals say we need, we're investing in the families, and we're investing in our students, and not just investing in testing. This is a nationwide and a historical problem, right? So this is not something that is new, as was mentioned, and this is something that you'll see across the nation in all, but it's not everywhere, right? There are places where solutions have been found. I also believe that we can find solutions that no one else has found. So when we look at some of the strategies that have been widely adopted to make this like little incremental growth, oh, look, we went from 9% to 14%. If we do this another 18 years in a row, we might be at 100%, right? We can't do incremental growth. And a lot of the strategies that have been adopted nationwide, and a lot of the strategies that have been, kind of some of the data-heavy strategies, you look at those results, and yes, they're making progress, but it is slow, incremental progress. And I want to be the district that doesn't make slow, incremental progress, but that quickly mobilizes to know that, yes, you can have a 50 percentage point jump is amazing, but we don't need a 50% percentage. I mean, what we need is for every family to have a 100% jump. So when you think of a district making a 50 percentage point jump, that's amazing. That's like beyond belief that it could do that. But when you think about a family, when we work with them, that they could make for their student the progress that would get them there, and we can support that and collaborate with them, that is doable. So that's where I really want to second what Trustee Hunter said. We cannot sit here and just tell families what to do, right? We have to engage in the equity by design process and ensure that we are first listening before we start telling people what to do. And we cannot exclude our parents from this system. And I have heard recently anecdotes that are disturbing around some of the way that we sometimes treat our families and our parents, and sometimes the ways that we exclude them, to the point of bringing parents in with documentation of what we've heard that they've said outside of the context. It is not our business to interrogate what we have heard parents say about us. It is our obligation as professionals to absorb whatever critiques people want to make of us and do our jobs on behalf of kids. And if that means that we have parents yelling at us, come yell at us. Because you're yelling, because you're mad, because your kids aren't performing. So we've got to support our teachers, support our principals, to know that if they are feeling attacked, we will certainly support them, but we're not going to support them by excluding their families from this process. We're going to share that anger. Like I said, it's not just Austin, but I'm disturbed by the state results. So when I look at the state STAR results, there are gaps, but the gap between all students and African American students, not to mention the gap between all students and white students, African American students and white students, but just the gap between all students and African American students on the STAR from last year. When you look at 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade, the gaps for the state are 11 or 12 points between all students and African American students. When you look at our ASD results, they're 22 and 23 percentage point gaps. So our gap is double that of the state state that has the funding issues we have, right? ASD doesn't have less money than other districts, right? ASD just invests more money to help other districts have the same money we have. We don't have less money than other districts. So they have the same challenges with COVID, they have the same challenges with teacher shortage, and yet they have the gaps that are half of ours. So again, I'm not happy with the state results, but I just know that we have to believe. This is not to put people down. This is because we can believe that this can be done. We have to believe that it can be done and not accept it. So yeah, that's a lot of. So I'm not going to get biblical, but I do just want to paraphrase. I was thinking about this because this immediately what came to my mind when I read this data was paraphrasing Psalm 6, where it says, "My soul is in deep anguish. How long, AISD? How long? How long will we continue to have this conversation?" And I think we can mobilize in a way that we can make a big difference but not when we set goals that go from 9% to 14% to 18% to when, we'll never get there. So I really want us to rethink. So that takes me to the next point. This data is alarming, right? We know that. But we also have to question the data, right? So by no means, or anything I'm about to say, to call into question that we have a crisis, to call into question that we have inequitable investment in our students, to call into question that we can't and must do better. But we also have to question the data, right? Because there is a viewpoint that it was important to start testing kids like this because we had to identify the gaps. We had to put a spotlight on the gaps. And by putting a spotlight on the gaps, we can address the gaps. But there's a whole other viewpoint that the tests themselves are part of the problem and a part of creating the gaps, that they're not culturally, they're not culturally proficient. They're not giving kids the same opportunities. I looked at a test on the end of course exam for English 2, and there's an article on skateboarding. Well, skateboarding privileges certain students. There's the topics privilege students. So we know that there's issues around testing, and that we know that the target keeps changing, right? So we start to catch up, and then they change the test, and then we start to catch up, and then they change the test, and so there are issues around the whole system. So I want to look at the data, I want to own the data, but I also want us to continuously question the data. And part of the reason we have to question the data is because when we respond to the data, we are playing into that game, right? So if you accept an unfair test as the source of your data, and then adjust everything to meet that test, you might not be actually solving the problem of whether kids can read. So I just want to, I'm not going anti-test on everybody here. I'm just saying that in addition to paying attention to the data we have to question that data and figure out, is that really informing us the way that we need it to? So, for example, you stated that the individual, this is for Dr. Diaz, you stated that the individual student growth goals are based on the average. So are those, what variables, do you know, what variables shape those individualized things? Are those based on like the prior score? Do they include factors like students experiencing poverty or race and ethnicity, or do you know what those are shaped by?
So, no, I don't believe it takes into consideration race or ethnicity. I know that it does compare the students to similar students that are at a similar level, and predicts how much growth that the student needs to make by the next assessment.
Okay, just based on the prior score, not on characteristics of the student. Okay, that's helpful to know. For a student who's performing below grade level on the map, you said help me understand what's the timeline. If they're meeting their growth target, when might we expect a student to reach the proficiency level that we're looking for? Could a student potentially be like making their growth target for months and months and months and years at a time?
And still not
and
pass
still not reach
STAR.
there? Okay, so that's, again, I just think just clarifying that. So I appreciate the focus on growth, but also growth isn't enough. And you
Correct.
mentioned that in talking with individual conferences with some students.
Correct.
Sometimes that growth isn't enough. And so, I want to focus on growth, but pay attention to growth, but not say that that means that we're solving the challenge yet.
100%.
Our goals as a board, we have to revisit our goals as a board, because we've set goals that if we meet those goals for our African American and Latino students living and experiencing poverty, we're still not going to meet the target goal that we set for overall performance by 2027, right? So, and I don't want to go through the math. I'll bring my whiteboard next time, so like they don't make sense, right? That we're gonna we have this as the goal, and these are our intermediate goals. And if we meet all our intermediate goals, we'll be here. Well, that doesn't make sense, right? So we're just kind of making sure that the data makes sense when we do it. So on the idea behind, I appreciate the explanation in the beginning around why the test scores don't include Spanish, right? But we had an entire discussion about this without kind of recognizing or looking to say, well, we're only talking about English tests. And we have 20,000 students in this district who speak other languages at home than what's on this test. And we have a majority of them speak Spanish. And we have allegedly a dual language program in this district that teaches students in English and Spanish from the early grades with an emphasis on the Spanish to ensure that we're maximizing their potential to leverage what they bring to school and to perform well. But we just spend all this time talking about these tests that are just in English. So sadly, that doesn't surprise me that our board set targets that don't include Spanish, because we as a district have consistently ignored and overlooked our emerging bilingual population. We say we're dual language, but we don't do dual language. We say we're doing this, but we test kids in English. So I'm just, we have to fix that as a board. I don't know how, as a board, we accepted that as growth targets when they don't include Spanish, but we have to fix that. This is 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade data we're talking about. Those are dual language grades. So we just have to fix that as a board. And I don't care that they weren't norm referenced at the time or they weren't probably norm. Okay, so let's figure out another target. But we can't just exclude someone from that test. So that's embarrassing to me as a board member. But I appreciate that you all sent me the Spanish scores. And so is it correct that on the Spanish MOI, on the map growth, that 3% of emerging bilingual students met the grade level target on? That's what I read at the bottom of the thing. It showed the average for the district was 3% of students met the target for on the Spanish map.
I'm going to summon Dr. Villapando to speak to this. Do you have the data pulled up?
Okay, well, I'm going to trust that I read it correctly. So I'll just say that's what it says at the bottom, is district average 3% met grade level. So if that is somehow incorrect, which I kind of hope it is, then please send us an update and we can notify the public that it's not correct. But 3%. So what that tells me, again, we'll go to our conversation with multilingual education, is that we're not teaching our kids in Spanish, right? It's not because they're not, it's because we're not teaching our program. And so that's a concern. Although I will note that the data also says that 50% met their growth target. So to the extent that we value the growth target, 50% is much better than 3%. But I just want us to make sure that we're putting that back on the table. I'm almost done. I will talk later at some point. I really want us to interrogate the assessment again, like just to make sure that we're not just saying, "Oh, look at these scores; they're bad." Like let's also really look deeply at what are these scores telling us? What are they not telling us? And recognizing that a system of measurement and performance evaluation actually may not be the best way to do our work. And so, Edwards Deming, who's like an expert in management and improvement, who helped catalyze Japan post-war to its industrial prowess, who is even currently, his work has informed tremendous improvements in healthcare through improvement science, and is now improving a lot of work in education through educational improvement science. Points out that in a system, usually 90 to 95% of the performance is determined by the system, not by the individual. So I want us to be real careful to not necessarily say oh wow, it's our kids, it's our teachers. It's also the system. So really looking and saying, but he also said that it's folly to. He argued against using measurement for evaluation and setting up annual performance reviews and things based on this data, because when you use data for performance evaluation, it tends to have the opposite effect. It doesn't improve things; it actually brings things down over time. And I don't want to go into the details, but that's been shown. So we need to start using our data for improvement, not using our data for evaluation of things. So again, I just want to interrogate the systems. And I just want to go back to the story that everyone has heard, but about the farmer trying to improve, weigh his cow. And I don't eat meat, so this is kind of odd that I would bring this up. I guess if I were my cow, I'd be raising him to just be a healthy, happy cow, but trying to improve to raise the size of his cow, and he weighed him, and he didn't weigh much, and so a month later he comes back and he weighs him again, and it's he still hasn't gained weight. So he's like, well, I better check again sooner. So he starts weighing him every week instead of every month, and he still isn't gaining weight, and he starts weighing him every day instead of every week. He's going to weigh him more. And I'll add to the story that at some point he decided to have a growth conference with the cow and has set a measurable target for how he's going to get his growth improved. But at some point, he told us that his neighbor farmer who had fatter cows, well, I don't know what's going on here. And the farmer asked, are you feeding him more? But he wasn't feeding him more. He was just weighing him more, right? So I want us to focus on feeding our kids more and not so much on weighing our kids. And if you have a growth conversation with my child, I want you to have a conversation about what her passions are about learning, what she wants to learn, what books she wants to be able to read, what she can do to, what topics she's interested in learning about, what excites her about what she just learned and what she wants to learn more about. I don't want her having conversations about going 5 points up on a test that she's going to take again, right? Third graders don't care about what percentage point, and I don't think 12th graders do either, right? So I hope that we can have a focus on learning and not on all these tests. So again, nothing to say that we shouldn't be doing some of these tests, but I want us to just interrogate it. And with that, I just want to, again, put a big stamp on, yes, let's invest in our schools, and let's figure it out with the budget. Thank you for the extended time.
Thank you, Trustee Kaufman. Any other trustees? So, Mr. Sigwood, I think you heard loud and clear from the board that, we're, as I'm sure you are, we are horrified by some of the results we're seeing. We're bringing this to a level of crisis and emergency. And, I'll say, I know we're working hard, but are we working smart? Are we doing the things that are actually going to move the lever? I have long felt that a lot of this was probably an HR issue, that we didn't have highly qualified teachers in front of the classrooms, where our students are not achieving at high levels, but I imagine we don't have high parent involvement in some of these schools. There's so many things. And I also have to say a word about all the training we got on Bruce Perry. That's huge, guys. That accounts for 30% of the academic achievement, at least, of students who have experienced trauma, which are usually students of color. And so I don't think there's anything in Bruce Perry's books that would say frequent testing or standardizing a PLC model is going to help regulate children. So I think we got to, Trustee Boswell has often talked about like having an academic vision for a district, and I think we're still missing that. And without like that really crystal clear vision of not what we think is going to move the needle, but that we know is going to move the needle based on the experiences of our own teachers. Like, let's call in the top 10 teachers from these campuses that have who have actually bucked the trend. I want to talk to them. Like, can we, I'm literally asking, like, can we have like a dinner with like the 10 teachers from the schools that have somehow managed to get 80-90% of their students meeting growth targets, and with our African American economically disadvantaged students and with our Hispanic economically disadvantaged students, and just pick their brains, because they're gonna give us the real answer. They really are. I mean, like, I know that we have one answer, but like, I know that they're gonna give us the real answer, and they're probably gonna say things like, we have really great parent support. You know, we have access to resources. I'm not sure if they're going to say MAP testing is the thing that turned things around for them. So I think that's one specific action that I would like to request. And then I'm sure there's a lot more that you heard today.
Yep.
But
yeah. So, you know, no one in this room is pleased with any of this. I can promise you that. You know, I would tell the board that, you know, this team in front of me and in front of y'all, like, we've been really thinking about how to think outside of the box and challenge the system. I will tell you that it's going to require y'all being brave, y'all considering things that haven't been considered before. You know, when you think about whether it's staffing or funding or allocation of resources, and truly adopting an equitable model that'll move the needle, like, you're gonna have to be brave with us, because we want to do it. And you know, we've been exploring different solutions. I mean, I can tell you just, you know, I mean, I've shared some of these ideas with y'all individually, but just simple things that'll bring those school communities that have been at the back of the line for so long to the front is something we absolutely have to do. We're starting that now. Me personally, in our office, just identifying those critical resources that have not been allocated and moving and providing privilege that we have as an organization and the resources we have at this level to move work. But as you expand that, you know, I just want everybody to be totally aligned. And I do believe that it's a crisis. I absolutely am. I'm just sad, really, about where we are. But we're going to have to move quickly, just honestly. If we want to see some of these ideas truly be absorbed and implemented with fidelity by the beginning of next year. I mean, we're doing things now for this year, but to be honest, I mean, we're going to have to be aggressive. We're prepared to do it. We've been having a lot of conversations. You've heard some of those things now, but things that were previously pilots might need to be expanded. Those ideas that require policy changes might need to be pushed up a bit, which means something else may need to get pushed off. So no, we're prepared. We're eager, and I agree with you that this is it's a sad place to be, but we're committed to get out of it. That's for sure. And with the time that we have together as a team, we're going to push pretty hard to get it done.
I appreciate that, and I want to say, like, and we have thrown at you guys a list of 14 priorities, but we really, as a board, need to pare that down to like 3. We really seriously do, and so I mean, I think we can. I'll tell you, for me, it's special ed is still probably number 1, because that's sort of, you know, that's a big one. But I would say the equitable, the staffing, I mean, that is right up there for me personally. But I would love for us to kind of have this discussion and add it to a retreat or add it to in your one-on-ones. It would be a great thing to kind of gather from each of the trustees.
I think the retreat would be a good opportunity. I mean, again, a lot of these ideas we've been progressing and brainstorming. I've gotten feedback from y'all individually. Like, like maybe that's the time that we do it and talk about, okay, well, these are initiatives, these are important things that we need to consider as an organization, but they may need to really be maybe a soft start and really progress after we get these first things right.
That's right.
So no, I think that's the appropriate time to have it, and I think you'll find a lot of pretty creative ideas to get this done and moving quickly, because I do agree, like I said before, it's incredibly sad given where we are.
Thank you.
To make a correction. So I revisited the data spreadsheet that you sent, and it's much better news, so I was wrong. I looked at the bottom of the page, which was the math summary, and the math being at 3% is disturbing, but it's not the same disturbing because our math is taught in English typically, and the students who test in Spanish on math tend to be students who, it's still concerning, but it's not the reading scores. So the reading scores, just for record, what you sent me was that the emergent bilingual students had 22% meeting grade level on the Spanish test, compared to 14% in English. So again, that's what I expected to see, was that when we look at the 14%, we're only looking at one aspect of our students, and we're ignoring the fact that they are actually doing better, although still disturbingly not well. But so anyhow, so
What was it?
22%.
22%.
22% on the reading meeting level at district-wide
Okay.
for 3rd through 5th.
Interesting. Okay.
So thank you for the.
Okay. I'm going to ask the board. Typically, we kind of raise our hand and all that to see if we accept this report. I'm not sure if that's necessarily appropriate, because I think it's not so black and white for me, and I don't want to make the staff feel like we don't accept your report. But I think there is a call that we're all going to be working together to make this something that our kids deserve. So I'm just going to ask, Ms. Badillo, is it okay if we just, I'm just going to ask my board here, does anybody object to us passing on the formal approval? Are you okay with that?
I would say I would love to get rid of the formal approval, would love to talk as a group about whether it really has much meaning.
Okay.
I think the discussion is the important part, and I think we raise our hands without
Okay.
much import or weight as a general
Yeah.
rule, and don't think it adds much, and especially today, but
Okay.
in general.
Yeah. Does anybody object to us kind of bypassing that section of this conversation? No.
It's not a requirement in
It's not a
any way.
requirement. Okay. Trustee Zapata, how are you feeling? You okay?
Well, it is what it is.
Mike, please.
Oh, sorry. I'm just saying, the report is truth. It's truth of where we are. We accept it. I say we accept it because that is where we are. But we also have all agreed, and in hearing Mr. Segura also, talking about what we're going to do. We're not just going to accept it and do nothing. There's next steps to do something about it. So that's where I'm at.
So would you like us to kind of do the hand raise? I don't want to call it a vote because it's not really a formal vote, but are you okay if we, what was that?
I think that's your prerogative, President Singh. I think it won't make any difference if we vote for it or
Okay,
not.
then
The facts are out there.
I'm going to just make the executive decision to bypass it because I think we've gone through a lot and I think we know. I think Mr. Segura has a pretty clear understanding of what our expectations and hopes are.
And I appreciate that. I mean, to be honest, it helps me, do what I think we need to be doing all along. It's just going to be a little more aggressive, a little more intentional, and the timelines will be set and provided to everybody in a kind of quicker manner.
Thank you. Okay. So we'll now move on to our information reports and updates. So Mr. Segura, would you please introduce the next item?
Do you want to switch it? Read that text.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, yes. I'm actually going to make a little switcheroo because we have a lot of folks here from the LRP. So we will make that our next item.
Sorry. So we'll be discussing agenda item 7.2, the AISD long-range plan. This evening, I'm pleased to invite Dr. Hawley, Melissa Larson, and LRP co-chairs Barbara Spears-Corbett and Valerie Turlos to share with you the LRP. Appreciate the patience and the adjustment. Can you help with the PowerPoint? Just pull it up.
Okay, sorry.
Do you mind if I help with the presentation?
Yes.
Thank you.
Great.
Thank you, Jacob. Dr. Reach. All right.
All right. Yeah. Sorry, I thought I had more time. Good evening, President Singh, Interim Superintendent Segura, and members of the board. Did you want to start us off with the video?
Austin ISD's long-range plan engaged with parents, caregivers, and community members to identify problems being experienced. This led to root cause analyses to understand inequitable systems that need to be disrupted. These conversations begin to chart a course towards investments in equitable resources, opportunities, and support to ensure the success of students at every level of every community. Equity by Design for Austin ISD guided the long-range planning process and focused on supporting historically and currently underserved students and communities.
I'm Lil Anderson, Athletic Director for Austin ISD. I oversee 13 high schools and 20 middle schools in the district. In the past, it was more focused on facilities, the condition of the facility, and kind of worst first. And now this really focused on people, really listening to the stories and listening to what people had to say about what needed to be done, and those groups that have been traditionally marginalized. And when you put all of those things together, you have largely at a high level what we call this equity by design process.
We need everyone's involvement to ensure we keep our priorities and make equity by design a part of our DNA. This is 10, 15, 20, 30, 40, 50 years down the road.
The equity by design process is unique in a lot of ways, especially as a student who wouldn't normally have been sort of consulted on these sort of plans, right? And this is everything from, me as a student saying, I don't think portables are all that bad. Portables are often very nice, to then parents of students with special needs who say, hey, this doesn't work for my student.
So after hundreds of conversations with people, we got to work on making what I call equity by design for Austin Independent School District.
So 55% of the students in Austin ISD are Latinos. Just under 7% are African American. And with this bond, I see that we are investing in the future of our children. And 80% of the bond is going to our schools that serve our Black and brown students. So I'm excited to see that.
So many decisions are made based on what a certain group of people think is best for a different group of people. Equity by Design is really a focus on trying to hear the voices of the people who are directly impacted, and specifically the ones most underserved, who are most historically marginalized.
The
bond package passed resoundingly because it used the equity by design approach to center the schools and the communities that have not gotten the resources traditionally. But now that the bond is done, what's next for the long-range plan? The long-range plan is not thinking about just this one bond and just these next 5 years, but the next 10, 15, 20 years of the school district, and looking to make permanent systemic changes to improve outcomes for students.
As we refocus on operational strategies, remember equity by design is focused on systemic change. And with this in mind, what is your main thing that needs to be included in the LRP to disrupt inequity?
You know, as we've talked about the entire time, right? This cannot be a plan that just sits on a shelf. It has to be something that's part of our work. It's part of our culture. It needs to show itself not only in the way that we build up budgets, not only in the way that we build up policies, but also in the way that we work every single day.
Well, I hope you enjoyed the video. I don't think we could have introduced this plan and this process a better way tonight. So I'm Melissa Larson, the Executive Director of Implementation and Communications, and I would love for my co-presenters to introduce themselves before we get started tonight, starting down here.
I'm Valerie Triols, and I was the co-chair of the Academics and CTE Committee.
I'm Barbara Spears Corbett. I was the co-chair for the Bond Steering Committee, as well as the co-chair for the Athletics Committee on the Long Range Planning.
And Stephanie Hawley, Interim Chief Equity Officer.
And tonight in our audience, you can see that we also have many people here tonight supporting the long-range plan. We have some of our co-chairs in our audience, committee members, our DLR team, and many of our AISD team as well. And I'm sure at home, we also have many people at home watching tonight's presentation as well. So we thank you for allowing us to be here tonight to present this amazing work of collaboration. Oh, can you go to the next slide? Can you run the slide for me, Barbara?
Is it working?
Okay. Yep. And tonight, we would like to invite you, the board, into our journey to share our experiences, the outcomes of the long-range plan, and how it can be implemented. Next slide. So, as I was preparing for this presentation, it occurred to me that the graphic, the timeline graphic that hopefully you can see, okay, we're on it. It looked to me a bit like a roller coaster, which I love. I love roller coasters. And the more I thought about it, it really reminded me of the journey that many of us took to get through this process. And tonight we want to share our experiences with you. In July of 2021, a few core planning team members were introduced to this concept of equity by design. Many of us didn't know anything about equity by design. And so we started mapping out a general process of what that could look like for the long-range plan. And it was something that had never been done in the district for a project of this size or a project like this at all. And even doing pre-planning, research on best practices, what are other districts doing, we weren't quite sure what to expect. And it's similar to getting on a roller coaster for the first time. And if you've done that, you're moving up that hill and you hear the click, 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 you're just not quite sure what to expect for the rest of that ride. But in September, we had a group of brave community members, students, and campus staff who joined us by participating on one of our 7 committees that guided us through this work. And this work, it can bring a mix of feelings of excitement for what's to come. It can bring feelings of nervousness, of the unknown. And then also can bring feelings of apprehensiveness because of previous experiences. And equity by design is not a fast, straight ride. It comes with many loop-de-loos as you can see on the graphic. Sometimes you move forward only to go back again, and that's part of the process, and that's okay. And that's to make sure that we check back in with our community and check back in with our committees, and that we try to get it right. And because it is a long ride, and because it was a long ride for this process, about halfway through, we did discover that once we identified the issues with our communities and we developed our problem statements, that we needed to first focus on our bond-related strategies so we could inform a November 2022 bond election. Those bond strategies were sent to a bond steering committee, which, as you know, included many members of the long-range planning committees, to ensure that the recommendations had context and that they were carried out with fidelity. And Ms. Barber will talk about that process in detail in a few moments.
Okay, thanks, Lynn.
And as we continued on our journey, we moved to planning our operational strategies. So those were our strategies that need funding through annual budget or maybe impacted policies and practices. I think everyone involved in the process experienced their own unique journey of growing and learning. And for me personally, like a roller coaster, this process was a little scary at times, not always knowing what came next, not always feeling in control, and sometimes having to quickly change directions. But luckily, through the process, we were able to build great partnerships. And in January, we were very fortunate that all 7 committees came to a consensus on this long-range plan, so we could be here tonight to share this amazing work with you. And this plan, it may not be perfect, and that is okay. What this plan is, it's a plan that was truly built from our community with strategies that will provide our students with what they need to succeed. And it's a plan that everyone should be proud of. Next slide.
You have the wrong operator. I swear.
You're doing great. So what does this plan inform? The plan has 457 strategies that will inform the school district in a variety of ways. As you know, we have a $2.44 billion bond program that was significantly built from the work of this plan. And this plan has many more recommendations for future bonds. There's also many strategies in this plan that will impact future annual budgets. And with recapture impacting our budget, having a plan that looks at the district in a comprehensive way, the way that this plan does, it will help us make better decisions. And lastly, this plan has recommendations that we take a closer look at our internal practices and our district policies. So now I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Barbara, our, as she said, past co-chair of our athletics committee, past co-chair of bond steering committee, and much more.
I would just like to walk you through the bond-funded strategies, how we arrived at those strategies, kind of the process of arriving those strategies and using the strategies from the Long Range Planning Committee to formulate the bond, the $2.44 billion bond. So utilizing the principles of the equity by design, the long-range planning strategies were created after our root cause analysis, and we conducted and made problem statements from that root cause analysis. And this was also based on input from the community all the community engagement meetings that they had. We took all of that information from our community, which was very important, and developed the problem statements. And we identified the what, which was the underlying issues of where, who was affected, and where the issues were most prominent. This allowed our committees to develop strategies that related directly to the causes that were cited by our community. And due to the timing, as was said earlier, we were trying to plan a bond election. The committees focused on their bond strategies first. The decision-making framework, we prioritized the what using our equity rubric on that. And in prioritizing the what and the where for the what and the where for deciding our bond strategies. The what was guided by conversations where each committee answered questions on engagement, harm, root causes again, frequency, and evidence to help prioritize our strategies. We also identify the where. Each committee prioritized their strategies, that the committees focused on the where to ensure that the committee strategies were reaching out to our most underserved communities, which was very, very important. Utilizing the opportunity index, which was defined as the opportunity index is a combination of our neighborhood opportunities and our student opportunities, measuring both the neighborhood vulnerability and the proportion of underserved student groups that were enrolled at our given schools, which we do have a long report that could show you the tapping in of the various groups at all the other schools. So that's a part that's posted. Now, from this, we were provided a list of schools that was ranked from our high, moderate, and low. Our high opportunity schools means that there was a larger opportunity at these campuses to improve equity within the district. These campuses are ones which serve our largest populations of underserved students and were identified based on the neighborhoods, their characteristics, and attributes of the students that were enrolled at these various schools. Additional data points such as facility conditions, educational suitability, program availability, among others, were utilized in the final recommendations, but we were not limited only to our high opportunity schools. And you have also part of attachment 3 that gives you an idea of another course of action that we took in determining our outdoor learning. I think you have an attachment showing how we approach the outdoor learning improvements. We use the educational suitable assessment scores on the playgrounds, the fields, the walking trails, outdoor studios, support places, spaces, and that's what we use to help us determine the where. So lastly, each committee submitted their own recommendations and priorities for capital projects to the Bond Steering Committee to consider. It was over 100 plus, I think it was about 250, 300. They're saying 100 plus, it was a lot, which was a great resource, but this was submitted to the Bond Steering Committee to help us formulate that proposal, those 3 great propositions that went on the ballot, and our community approved for $2.44 billion. I'd be operating this. Now, some of our highlights, and I just want to take a little liberty here in talking of the highlights. Some of you have already seen the bond booklet, what's posted on the website, to know that for us at the Bond Steering Committee, this is an example of success, that what came out of that group. To see this now in print, know that all the hours that was put in, our focus, where we focused on working with our community and not on the community. We took all their resources, all their information, and as it was said, going back and forth to ensure that we were going in the right direction in understanding the needs of what they needed. Our group was very diverse, but different lived experience. The experience that I brought to the group was that I was a product of the civil rights era when I was in school. So here in Austin, Austin Public Schools, then later Austin Independent School District, all monies stayed for West, not for East Austin. But fortunately, in the story of East Austin, you had parents, community, family, others that ensured that we had the things that was needed to ensure quality education. I'm excited that 50 plus years later, we have looked to invoke equity by design and service those historically underserved communities, those forgotten communities and individuals, that this is the direction that AISD wants to go. So I needed to just take that liberty to say that I'm proud to have served on this inauguration of implementing something of this nature. So with the highlights, as you can see, we looked at safety, security, 100% of full-phase modernization of our underserved schools, historically underserved schools, making them a priority. I'm totally excited because I was the co-chair for athletics, that Proposition C passed, and that we will see an improvement in our athletic fields and things. So it's a lot there, and I just again want to show that this is showing all the work and proof of that, the time that was put in, and hopefully our community will see that we did focus and hopefully we did hear. Yeah. Valerie?
Can you go to the next slide?
Oh, yes, I'm the slider.
Okay. All right, the operational strategies, for the operational strategies, the committees used a simplified version of the decision-making framework, and we focused on the goals that were related to the problem statements. The WIN was a guided conversation where each committee answered questions about root causes, engagement, and the most impact on historically underserved students, and the evidence to help prioritize the goals. Depending on the immediacy of the goals, the operational strategies were categorized as immediate, near future, or future, and were assigned to an accountable chief or a department. The strategies were also assigned to departmental collaborators necessary to achieve the action, and there are approximately 242 operational strategies categorized as immediate, meaning implementation should begin in 1 to 2 years. And these strategies have the potential to affect the annual budget and policy and practices. Next slide. It was a privilege to work with a diverse group of volunteers on the academics and CTE committee. We were parents, teachers, staff, administrators, and community members, and we each brought a unique perspective or expertise. And our work revealed to us that enrollment practices, inequitable program access, and a rigid staffing formula came together to disadvantage our most vulnerable students. The strategies in the long-range plan are informed by these and other root causes. Through the process of categorizing strategies, 2 general topics, staffing and program access, stood out the most on how the budget can be informed. Some examples of staffing strategies include baseline staffing at small campuses, additional dual language teachers to eliminate mixed grade classes, and more competitive pay for mental health positions. And some examples of strategies related to the program access include baseline fine arts programs at each school, expansion of enrichment programs and after-school care, and improved integration between special education students receiving special education services and their non-disabled peers. These are just a few examples. There are so many, but we wanted to give you a glimpse of what was in the plan.
And good evening. I want to talk just a little bit about, we've talked a lot about the equity by design process, and it is, we understand as leaders that it is really crucial to have plans. But the plans don't work very well if you don't have policies in place and we don't have the practices. And so one of the things that has come out of this whole process that we've all been through is the fact that, first of all, we've recognized that we've got to start to focus more on the people over the process. It doesn't mean we don't engage in a process, but we put the people first. And so during this whole process, it took a lot longer than most planning processes because we were engaging diverse voices, different lived experiences. And from all of that, it really drives the policies and the practices that we have to put in place. So you as board members, we're hoping, will be very accepting of some of the things that are coming forward from this entire process. And part of what we're doing, and we hope you'll join us in this journey with Equity by Design, is unlearning. And so there are a lot of ways we've learned how to do things, how to make decisions, how to plan, how to make policy change without the voices of the people with the lived experiences. And so part of the policy and practices change will involve you listening. And I hear you on this dais, you listen well, or as I say, you listen loudly, right? But all of our work will be for naught if we don't get really clear policies in place. And so right now, one of the things that we did, and you heard a few minutes ago, was look at root cause analysis. And a lot of times in education, we are very famous for coming up with a solution or the Band-Aid before we've actually looked at the wound. And so we're pasting, we're programming, we're putting programs. And what all of these amazing folks did in this process was to dig deeply and to really look at some of the hurt and the harm we've caused as a district. And we also learned that when we look at root causes, it's not in the community, it's not in the students, but it's in our systems. And so when we just kept saying why, we identify, and we also look at the history of the harm across the district, and that, again, informs policy. So as we begin to revisit policy, and as you all revisit policy, the hope is we will do root cause analysis as well before we revise policies. Because sometimes we can come up with great policies and then we have unintended harm. So our hope is we'll do that. And Mr. Segura mentioned earlier in the meeting about the role of the Equity Advisory Committee. And so right now, they've got 3 recommendations that are going to be rolling up. And one is around equity and enrollment. And so you know that includes all of our messy, sticky work around boundaries and vertical teams, but also access to programs. And when we started looking at the access to programs, it involves transfer, it also involves school choice. And so all of this is a continuation of all the work that started 18 months ago. And so I want to ask you all as policymakers to take the baton to this next level as we continue this work. And we're also looking at how do we make all of our schools welcoming for all students, and what policies do we need to put in place so that we do get our students to stick and stay, particularly in the elementary level. So you'll be seeing those policy recommendations. Once they've gone through the process internally, you'll see them start to roll up to your level as well. So thank you.
Thank you. So this plan, it takes everybody in this room to help implement it. And Dr. Holly just talked about policies and practices, and there's certain things in this plan that do involve the board specifically. So we wanted to make sure that you were aware of these strategies that either were assigned to the Board of Trustees as an accountable party or as a collaborator to really make sure that the implementation happens. So I'm just going to briefly hit on the highlights, and then we're happy to discuss further during Q&A. But some of the highlights are regarding equity-based decision-making. Accountability focus on eliminating disparities in access and outcomes for Black and Brown students. The creation of a new optimal utilization range for enrollment of 80 to 95%. where currently it's 85 to 110%. Anti-racism. Advocacy at the state level, particularly for recapture education and cultural appropriate testing. And then finally, installation around special education cameras. Next slide. And the last thing that we wanted to focus on was, or is, implementation. So I'm just going to hit on a couple highlights, and then I'm going to ask the interim superintendent Segura and Dr. Hawley to also provide information about this. So I just wanted to talk a couple things that my co-presenters spoke a little bit about, just on some elements that were incorporated into this plan that had not been in previous plans that we have done, was that the operational strategies, because there are so many of them, over 200, we had to categorize those into immediate, near future, and future. So we have immediate strategies that do start in years 1 and 2. We also wanted to make sure all of our goals and all of our strategies do have an accountable chief. And then we also identified the necessary collaborators to make sure that those could be implemented appropriately with other departments that need to be involved. And finally, for our goals, we needed to develop metrics of success. So where are we now and where do we want to be in the future? So we wanted to make sure that all of our goals do have these metrics. So now I would like to turn it over to either Dr. Hawley or interim superintendent to talk a little bit more about discussions around implementation around the plan.
Absolutely. Trustees, I think one of the things that is, I think, important to know is that this work and the absorption of this work into everything that we do has already started. You know, if you think about what we're doing with the budgeting process, you think about what we're doing with policies that we're already beginning to explore, like all of that's already aligned. And so we need to do a better job of communicating how it aligns into future budgets and future, structural, organizational changes. But for us, I want you to know that this work has already begun. When it comes to implementation, I think what you'll find as you dive into the report itself is that some of them require some analysis. Some of them require some resource allocation, right? And so when we think about immediate implementation, it's going to look different for each of the strategies. And so it's going to take time and effort from our staff and our leaders in the organization to progress that work. We've been very, honest and candid with our committee that, each one will have a different cadence and will have to align with the work that we do, but that we are absolutely committed to progressing this work and reporting to them as these strategies progress. And what we'll find at some point is, this strategy may need to be, amended or modified in order to truly work with this organization or the needs of our students. So I don't want the trustees or anybody to read this report and assume that it's going to lay everything out for the next 20 years, right? It's an incredibly thoughtful starting point. It's an incredibly thoughtful plan, and it's going to inform all the work that we do as an organization. But it does require additional detail, and that's the work this organization is going to do in collaboration with our committee. And so with that, I can certainly open up to questions and appreciate all the support along the way, and just express immense appreciation to the committee members. They put like, yeah.
Could we have the committee members stand up, please, just so we can actually see you, because you're way back there.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you.
Barbara, Valerie.
Appreciate your work. So, trustees, any questions? Trustee Hunter.
First of all, thank you very much to the LRP. I've been waiting for this. I've been asking for this. I was like, this is going to be our guiding star. Once we get it, I'm excited. And so the first thing is, honestly, I need to be trained on equity by design. I don't know what it looks like other than what you guys have told me. And if I'm supposed to be creating policies, then I need to know that I'm creating policies in alignment with what you've done, right? And so I don't want to look at this. I think we have a really bad, I don't know if I can say this word on TV. We bastardize a lot of things. We get it, and then we run wild. We don't do the whole, like it's like the trueness of it. But that's what I don't want to be accused of that. So I don't know if that's a board retreat. It's like every weekend with y'all. The rest of my life, every weekend with y'all. But I really feel like it's super important that we be trained on equity by design and the framework of making those decisions, because I want to stay true to what is done here, and the little bits and pieces that I kind of heard as they were coming. In fact, I think I just put in a question like, when are we going to get the LRP? So I'm very happy, and again, thank you, because I know it was hours and hours and hours and hours of work, and I really appreciate all that y'all done, and I think that this year is like all the stars have aligned. We have the people, we have the money, and now we have the map. So there's no reason we can't get it right. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Hunter. Anyone else? Okay. This was a really great presentation. I want to just say really clearly, our board is committed to continue supporting this LRP process no matter who we hire as a superintendent. So I know that's been a concern. Just rest assured that this work is going to continue. We need it. And I think it can actually align with our previous conversation about turning around our schools where we have the highest concentration of African American and Hispanic students whose needs are not being met. And so, because I heard some of the words, so you've already talked about a lot of the stuff, I'm sure, that we were talking about in our earlier discussion with the equitable staffing and everything like that. So there's no need for us to be in silos. I do want to learn from what you've done, and so feel free to share some of that with us to guide our conversations. And I think you did mention one thing about like goals that were kind of tied with each one. I'm really curious about that. And so if there's ever, I don't know, are we supposed to approve this formally, or is this just more of an informational kind of thing?
Yeah, so the plans by themselves do not require, like, by law, like board approval. I think what we're trying to communicate is that, plans by definition require detail to be implemented. So we need implementation plans. One of the things that you've heard me talk about over and over again is, the equity assessment that Dr. Hawley is leading with the organization is going to find itself and supplement this work as well.
Okay.
And then much of this, I would think, would help inform the strategic plan as well. So, I think as a board, we need to think through, how all of this aligns so that we truly do have the roadmap for AISD. And again, you're totally right. A lot of the things that we have just talked about are embedded within this work. And so it's aligning very well, and I'm very excited to progress it.
Great. Okay. So we don't need to formally, because I know we had talked about that earlier. Like, I don't see a need for us to like formally approve any of this at our next voting meeting or anything, because did that come up in our governance meeting?
In the governance meeting, the question that came up was, what's the legal requirement around approval?
Yeah. Okay, cool. So I think it's great. I don't feel the need to do anything except just continue and support this process and learn from it to inform our policies and the work that we do. Yes.
Can I suggest that we explore drafting a resolution that the board could vote to approve that voices support for the work of the committee, voices support, so it doesn't necessarily adopt, because I do believe that if we were to adopt this as a board, word for word, then it would prevent the flexibility that the committee and the administration needs to move. But I think to vote, I would like to vote in favor of a resolution that would support this work and commend the work of the thing and make a commitment. So we have a commitment on paper that our board, because that will live beyond our terms.
That's right. Okay,
Another board would have to revoke that to
correct.
Back away from the.
Love it. Yes, I think that can be done. Thank you. All right. So if there are no more questions, I think we can go back. Thank you all. You did a great job. Really appreciate it. I also want to give a shout out to the DLR folks who helped so much with this process and the bond. Thank you. Oh, and Adisa Communications. Sharonda, thank you.
Sharonda in the house.
We'll now kind of go back to where we were prior. Let me see if I can get my papers in order. Where are we? Okay, so we'll now move to our multilingual education department update. So, Mr. Segura.
I'd like to invite Dr. Villapando to come up and provide the update. And the team.
Good evening. Thank you for allowing us to be here this evening. Good evening, and special thank you to President Singh, the Board of Trustees, and Interim Superintendent Segura. My name is Susie Villalpando, and I'm the Assistant Superintendent for Multilingual Education and Student Programs. Joining me today is our directors for multilingual education, and that's Yvette Cardenas, our Director for Elementary, and Dr. Cody Fernandez, our Secondary Programs Director. So we're just so excited to be here this evening, and just to take a quick moment to say thank you and welcome to the new board. This is our first presentation with the full new board, and wanted to say thank you for your support and just some of the stories that I just heard, and I know I've been able to speak to some of you, I can relate to as far as growing up here in Austin and East Austin before gentrification. And I just think of, just as a preface to the presentation about, I grew up in the 70s, and at that time, bilingual education and special education was starting, bilingual education was starting here in Texas. And so I was a student in East Austin, and I went through Martin, which was a junior high at the time, and I went into education because of that experience at Martin. And so most of the people that I went to school with, I still keep in contact with, but I was one of the few that went to college. And so I see that as my mission, and it continues to be, especially representing our vulnerable populations. So it's a privilege to be here and to be amongst the board who are lots of educators committed to making things right here in Austin. So I appreciate it and stand on, what is the saying, stand on the backs of giants who came before me, who started the process. So we have the privilege of continuing. So we'll go ahead and get started. Just wanted to note our overall demographics and the fact that we have 30% emergent bilingual learners in the Austin ISD. We're excited because compared to last year at this time, we've gained 817 more students. So that was huge. And that's, again, 30% of our population is identified as emergent bilingual. And so we're excited because we celebrate diversity, the rich cultural and linguistic diversity that these students offer to Austin. And as one of the things we attribute being able to show those gains was the fact that our teams are very committed to the work. And so we all had to join together and go out to campuses and help this fall to be sure that the PEIMS data was collected in a timely manner, especially when campuses had vacancies in areas that were positions that would help collect that data. So we're excited that we do have 817 more emergent bilingual students. And just a little bit more of information. Here, you'll find a more specific information about our emergent bilingual learners. This is the breakdown of years in U.S. schools. Students in the reclassified group are no longer classified as emergent bilingual, which means that they achieve the criteria of academic success in English. As you notice, other student programs that are listed, there's only 6% of the emergent bilingual population that are also identified as gifted and talented. So just a note that the Advanced Academic Department applied for and recently was awarded a Javits federal grant. Emergent bilingual learners is one of the largest underrepresented populations in gifted education, and a part of that grant will fund a nonverbal universal screener, which will help identify non-native English speakers. So we're really excited about that as that gets underway. And a special thanks to our advanced academic, Dr. Severance, who applied for that grant with the district support. So we're excited about that. Oh, I'm getting ahead of myself. This slide shows a number of students participating in ESL or dual language programs. And you can see that there's a significant change in the numbers as the students move from elementary to secondary. So in our department, we've really tried to have that spirit of continuous improvement. And so in doing so, we were looking at ways that we could retain those students as they moved up. And so we've refined some of the processes and will continue to do so to be sure that we're keeping the students in the dual language program as they matriculate to upper grade levels. A little bit more information is looking at the campuses. In elementary, we have 21 campuses that are ESL only. We have 57 that are dual language, and there are 10 that are phasing out a late exit. So as a result, we're starting at the earlier grade levels with dual language and phasing those grade levels out. Secondary campuses, we have 12 middle schools that have Spanish, and in high school, 4 that are Spanish. And in elementary, we also have Vietnamese and Mandarin. So we pulled some data for you this evening, and so if you look at that, it's kind of similar to the way it's broken down when they report for special education. So we look at the state overall, and if you see the state overall is on the far left, but the far to right bars is the state emergent bilingual and the AISD emergent bilingual. So when we look at that, we're at about a 7-point difference from the state at approaches or above, and then a 4-point difference when we look at the meets or above, and a 2-point difference at masters. So we definitely have lots of work to do, and in comparison to the state, we do have some differences, but we definitely want to raise performance for all students, of course. So in the dual language model, the research indicates that students who learn in more than one language are likely to outperform students who learn in just one language. So based on the data that we have from the state for monitored and former emergent bilingual learners, when we look at that, that means the students have reclassified and they have achieved academic success in English. So if you look at the state and the district numbers, they're outperforming the all state and all district students. So if you look at the first approaches or above, we have the state has 91% of all grades and all subjects for emergent bilinguals. 91% are achieving approaches or above, and our emergent bilinguals for Austin are at 91% as well. And then when we look at meets or above, the state is at 69%, while we're at 68, and then the masters, the state is at 35, and we're at 33. So again, lots of work to do, but just a comparison of kind of where we fall within compared to the state. We provided a slide with some of the language of assessment, and that's something that we're continuing to refine and provide support to the campuses on guidance for their LPAC committees, where we look at determining the language of assessment. So that's definitely one point of data that we're looking at as we look at our implementation. In the recent Texas Academic Performance Report, the report includes models, and so when we look at the models, the district meets grade level outcomes were below the state average. However, the district experienced a year-to-year growth in each model, reported from 7 to 19 points. So when you look at that, at all grades, all subjects, you see that the red is the 2022, and then 2021 is the blue. And so the red, they're all higher than the blue. So we showed growth in each of the models. And of course, the monitored and former emergent bilingual scored the highest. And as we look at growth, one of the things that, as you mentioned earlier, we definitely don't want to just look at growth. We want to look at who's meeting the grade level standard, but growth is a way to get started. And the more significant we can make that growth, the better. So as we look at that, you can see we were competitive with the state when it came to our growth and the different models that we have for bilingual education. I also ran some neighboring district data, and when we looked at growth, we were competitive with even suburban neighboring districts and some of the other districts. So everything was pretty competitive as far as growth. So we're proud of that because we definitely want to encourage teachers. We want to encourage our administrators. We want to keep our team moving forward. So looking at growth is always something positive. So when we looked at growth, all of the models experienced growth except for the two-way dual language model, which decreased from 72 to 69. But it gives us promise, and we hope to continuously build and be more aggressive with the growth so that we do meet grade level standards. An additional piece of information was when we look at the Domain 3, Closing the Gaps, English Language Development. This shows the amount of schools that met the target score for 2022. We had 60 of 78 elementaries, 15 of 18 middle schools, and 11 of 17 high schools. So that completes the data portion, and now we get to the most important part is the work that we're doing and how we're doing that. So I'll turn it over to Dr. Fernandez.
Good evening, President Singh. I'm sorry, I'm hidden behind the screen. I'm struggling with where do I sit. Interim Superintendent Segura and trustees, it's great to be here with you this evening. I may need to get closer, yes. In the spring of 2022, we conducted a dual language program review with Dr. Elena Izquierdo. There were two primary areas that were noted for improvement within our dual language programs, and those were leadership accountability and equity and access. We know that we need to ensure that all of our emergent bilingual learners and others that wish to join dual language have access to quality dual language programming. We also know that dual language must be a concerted district effort in order to be successful. As we know, all district and campus leaders need to understand the model and have the resources in order to implement with fidelity. So I hand it over to Ms. Cardenas.
President Singh, Interim Superintendent Segura, and trustees, thank you so much for allowing us to be here tonight. As Dr. Cody Fernandez shared, all district and campus leaders need to understand the district dual language model to be able to implement dual language programming with fidelity. Prior to Dr. Izquierdo's report, the Multilingual Education Team and Humanities launched the Language and Literacy Leadership Pathway in the fall of 2021, where 22 teachers are currently completing their first year. In order to incorporate additional voices, the Multilingual Education Team solicited district and campus leadership to join the Dual Language Task Force to provide input on topics such as dual language implementation, policy, and curriculum. The Dual Language Task Force was a huge contributor to the development of the Dual Language Data Collection Tool, which we'll see in the next slide. In the fall of 2022, Our team partnered with Dr. Jose Medina to provide a session with district and campus leadership focusing on the development of language objectives. In collaboration with the Austin Area Association of Bilingual Educators, or ABE, the multilingual education team facilitated a special session during the Adelante conference on March 4th for campus and district leaders with Dr. Elena Izquierdo. Additionally, our team has been providing sessions during principals meetings and has regularly participated in campus learning walks. Our team also participates in executive director meetings with the Office of School Leadership. Moving forward, the multilingual education team will be participating in EDU and Leadership Institute. So we'll now talk about the data collection tool. As mentioned earlier, members of the Dual Language Task Force greatly contributed towards the development of the Dual Language Data Collection tool. Although this has been a lengthy effort, it was vital to promote collective agreements and common understandings at all levels within our current teachers, principals, and executive leadership. We have conducted input processes with executive directors, principals, Dual Language Task Force members, Multilingual Advisory Committee, or MEAC, and currently have planned teacher feedback sessions after spring break. By the beginning of April, we will begin collecting data at pilot campuses. After receiving feedback, we will refine summer professional learning sessions, both in person and asynchronous, and launch the district-wide data collection tool at the beginning of the 23-24 school year. At the end of the first 9 weeks, we will look at data to tier adjusted supports based upon outcomes. I'll now pass it on to Dr. Fernandez, who will take us through the equity and access timeline.
So as you saw in the slide that showed program participation for elementary and secondary, we definitely have a significant difference in the number of students that are participating in secondary dual language. And so one of the things that we began in the fall of 2021 was to really look at that process of what happens when students move from elementary to middle school and middle school to high school. Historically, it was an application that was required. It was called the dual language application. Now it's part of the Common App. And so what we did was we began to think about what's a system that we could put in place so that students that are in an attendance zone where a dual language campus, from an elementary dual language campus to a middle school or a middle school to a high school, how can those students just be part of the program and treat it more as an opt-out program versus an opt-in program? And so we began to make sure that campuses had clear projections for their dual language students and also provided clear guidance for the principals as they created their choice sheets so that families could very clearly indicate, yes, I want to continue. So at this time, that's the process that we have. We are still using the Common App. The Common App is specifically for our students that are applying for transfers to a different dual language campus that's not in their attendance zone, or if there's not one in their attendance zone. So that started in fall of 2021, and this is our second year. So we hope to see some numbers changing soon. In addition, in the fall of 2021, we began sessions called Dual Languages for Everyone. This was a collaboration with our Multilingual Education Advisory Committee and also the African American Dual Language Committee. We created sessions that were primarily information sessions for families that were interested in dual language and also families that were already part of dual language that needed some help with how do I support my student in dual language. We provided those sessions in 4 languages: Vietnamese, Mandarin, Spanish, and English. And so we did that because we have 3 languages that we offer dual language in, and we wanted to make sure we were reaching all of our community. So this year we did that again in the fall, and we collaborated with our PSS team in order to have campus watch parties and do things much more community-based. In addition, we had Dr. Jose Medina with us for some family community engagement opportunities. He talked about the importance of bilingualism. Again, it was a bilingual session, so he provided it in English and in Spanish. It was a session that was provided virtually, and we held watch parties at various campuses, and our team was there to answer any questions to specifically about AISD, because he was talking very generally, so we wanted to make sure and give our families opportunity. In the fall, this fall, we created language course pathways for ESL, dual language, and advanced Spanish for non-DL campuses. This was done as a result of an identified need. We recognize that our campuses maybe sometimes we're struggling with what courses to make sure that they were offering for ESL, dual language, and also if they're not dual language, what about students who are coming up and still want to continue their Spanish language development, and they have that opportunity. So we have those pathways in place. We were able to add those into the course guides that are part of, it's a huge collaboration that took part with the academics team. We have new course guides, probably you're aware, middle school and high school, and so those pathways are included there. We provided them to families in our academic town halls. We also I meet pretty regularly with principals to talk about master scheduling, because it is the time of the year where that's happening, right? And so we're providing that guidance to the principals. We're able to say, here, take a look at this document. This provides you some help. In addition, we have provided, of course, to the executive leadership in the Office of School Leadership, and we'll be presenting it to all secondary principals in the next principals meeting. Also in the fall of 2022, we added more elementary campuses. Sorry, lost my place. In an effort to increase access to dual language programming, we've added more elementary campuses to the Common App. Again, thinking about that equity and access piece. And we are currently reviewing policy with our Multilingual Advisory Committee and our Dual Language Task Force that's composed of campus and district administrators. We are doing this because we know that policy will not only support equity and access, but also support the quality of program implementation, and it's certainly key to our work. So I'll hand it back.
So moving forward, we know we are not where we want to be, where we need to be, and we can assure you that we're working diligently to aggressively change what the reality is. So moving forward, we just have some of the key areas that we're targeting. So we're really looking, and this board has really helped that, having embedded processes with all district-wide departments so that we're not acting in a silo and we're not just planning for ourselves and then running parallel to another program. So that's been helpful, just the direction of the board and interim superintendent Segura. Also, we're relooking at our budget, working with curriculum to revise the curriculum, and also looking at data processes. So, and always considering equity, access, and representation, and improved implementation at all levels. So one of the exciting things that we're working on right now is we have a UT collaboration with the Austin ISD collaborates with UT. So one of the subgroups or a focus group is on dual language. And so we've proposed a potential grow your own or an early college model or just a pathway for additional language so that possibly we could grow our own dual language teachers. In a dream world, we would have 2 years in the early college working with ACC and UT, And then in 2 years, those teachers could come back to us and have, potentially contracts ready for them. So that's one thing that we're looking into, and we're just at the discussion stage. We're at the discussion stage, and we were excited because we're really looking at, like, how do we market college and career readiness and really try to engage with the students that we have here. So we just found out that they were able to secure for our 8th grade graduation the UT Texas Union, the theater there. So we're excited to get that, to really have kids go and have that experience and be at the campus and know that they could continue in high school to aspire. We know that there's lots of challenges that we still have ahead of us, but we feel like in the past year, the team has worked really hard and made some strides. And, we're here in all humility, knowing that there's a lot more to go and it can't be fast enough. So thank you. Do you have any questions?
Thank you. I just looked straight at Trustee Kaufman, didn't even look anywhere else. Thank you.
So thank you, first of all, and I have tremendous appreciation for the team and for the teachers and the principals who do this work, and I appreciate that you're here to share this with us today, and it's good to see the two of you actually presenting at the board meeting. It's exciting because you know your stuff and you're the ones we need to hear from most. Thank you, Dr. Villalpando, for leading the department and for continuing to move the work forward. So I just want to, thank you, but I appreciate the focus on dual language, because dual language is the research-based proven model for closing the gap most effectively and for helping emergent bilingual students to exceed the outcomes of students who speak one language. But I also want to make sure, both as a board in looking at our policy and also as a department in looking at how we're implementing, is that we're putting an equal emphasis on our ESL programs and ensuring that we have the best ESL program, which is a content-based language instruction program, which you all know, but that our attention as a district has been on dual language for so long that I think that we're kind of forgetting the focus on that there's very important programs that serve students who speak languages other than Spanish as well, and that those programs are not lesser, they're just different. And we need to contribute the resources and the attention to those programs as well. So I think that's a call for our board, that we have to also look at our ESL models and make sure that we have policy and resources in place to make sure that those are effectively implemented. The dual language for all piece, I think I just do want to speak to that because the long-range plan that was presented to us includes some really powerful strategies for how to make sure that we have equitable access to dual language from, regardless of race, economic status, location, et cetera, which is really what I think will ultimately make AISD special with this. And it already makes AISD special because of our emphasis on blurring this distinction between a one-way program for just emergent bilingual students and a two-way program for all. But what that doesn't take the place of the urgency of following the law, which is that we are legally required to provide a bilingual program that's well implemented for our emergent bilingual students. There would be an argument to say that because of our limited implementation of dual language and our below what we need results because of that, that we should eliminate. Like, a lot of districts will cut their two-way and say, we're just going to provide this. We don't have enough teachers, we don't have enough money, we don't have enough attention, we're going to just provide it for the emergent bilingual students. And that would be a reasonable response because time and teachers we're short. But I do strongly believe that Austin can pave the way for having a program that not only maintains and develops one-way and two-way, but also expands access so that our African-American students, our students experiencing poverty, our students at various schools have access to the program. And so I really hope, again, that we can invest and commit to that, because we cannot continue failing to provide the program for students who are legally entitled to it, but we also can't achieve equity for them by closing off opportunity for others, because there's a recognition among our community that this is something that all students should have access to. And one of the detriments of two-way dual language across this country is the gentrification of the program, which is allowing for middle-class white families to take over the programs that are intended for students who come to school speaking another language. And so that excludes our African-American students, that excludes other kids. So I'm excited that we can do this work. But, like our previous discussion, like we have to figure it out because we're not doing this work. And so that takes me to my almost last point, which is what we really were looking for tonight. And you know this, we had this conversation, right? What we were looking for tonight is to follow the AEHBE local policy, which indicates that the district shall monitor program implementation and impact on students' linguistic and academic development using a variety of data points, including the following. And this is on the board policy that was adopted in May of 2020, so nearly 3 years ago. And it says that we will have reporting on classroom observation data, which is the tool you said you're developing, but this is nearly 3 years after the policy, and we still haven't seen that. Teacher administrator participation in professional learning, right? So we need to see, so we want to know, like, are the numbers, like who's getting the training that they need. Student performance, including interpreting it appropriately based on research in dual language education, right? So again, tonight we see data on MAP growth that's in English only, and we ignore the Spanish. That is not interpreting data appropriately based on research in dual language. So I hope that the district will empower Met to do what you do, which is to make sure that that data represents our students correctly from the dual language perspective. But then we need to see that reported on here, right? And then language development in the partner language. So we know we have TELPAS for English, but how do we know our students are developing in Spanish or Vietnamese or Mandarin? And then family engagement, because like as Trustee Hunter said, that is a critical component of working with our students and families, not just doing things to them. So that's really, I will have to say I'm happy to see you all, and I'm glad for this, but I am profoundly disappointed that we are still at a point in this district where we can't answer those simple questions, which I've been hearing from families for over 8 years, of families coming and saying, where is it being done well, where is it not being done? And it's our job as a district to know the answer to that question and to have data to back it up. And so, again, no shame, no blame, no excuses, but just consider this, I will advocate within the board that we will do our job to set the policy and then follow up on it, because the policy has been in place since May of 2020. And again, despite COVID, despite some of the interruptions, we should still have this data. And so let's make sure that we have it next. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Kaufman. Any other trustees? Oh, sorry. Trustee Gonzalez.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Villalpando, Dr. Fernandez, for your, Ms. Cardenas, for your information. I wanted to go back to the Grow Your Own piece that you mentioned. I was really excited in the fall. Is it still called TIP? Teacher Introduction? Yeah, at the PAC. I ran into two of my students from Travis, who had graduated, gone through the early college high school program, and it did exactly what you described. They went to Texas State and to UT. They were there for 2 years, and then they came back. One of them is a bilingual teacher at Rodriguez Elementary, and the other one's at Becker Elementary. So it's happening. The pieces are there. It just requires what you said, like some intentionality in demonstrating that pathway. And then ultimately, I would like for it to go even further than just having those students return into the classroom to be dual language teachers. I'd like to see them become like the leaders in this district, that have come through here and that have, gone through our campuses. So I guess, I don't know if Chief Hosek, you can talk about the relationship between human capital and staffing some of these dual language positions, or if you wanted to expand on what I just said.
Thank you, Trustee Gonzalez. Yes, absolutely. We're extremely proud to have such pipeline built to that degree, but we need to do better and do more. What we're really wanting to do and have already started is, first of all, a paraprofessional pipeline so that we can hire them on and secure them in a position and scholarship them into a university program and then guarantee a job upon completion. And so we're starting that through our paraprofessional program, TAs, through substituting because that provides more flexibility. partnering, for example, with certain universities that they have different models in different ways, but we are 100% dedicated to the fidelity of a dual language model to our emergent bilingual students. They are staffed that way, and we are continuing to build out those pipelines. So being really intentional also about how we recruit within our own high school campuses into our teacher prep programs. Like we have a robust one at Aiken. So point of pride. So, but being really intentional about recruiting, our bilingual students into becoming our bilingual teachers of the future. 100%, absolutely agree with that. And again, there's dollars attached to that. We would love to be able to widen that, and there are funds to do that. Absolutely.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yes, Trustee Hunter.
So thank you, Dr. Van, Cody. It's nice to see y'all. What Dr. Kaufman said, yes, meet our obligation, right? So yes, and I've had the hardest time. Being bilingual is not an option, at least not in my mind. I can't imagine letting a child go through our education system and they not be bilingual, right? So as a monolingual person, I'm saying this. So meeting our obligation to our emergent bilinguals first, and then secondly, dual language for those who really don't have access. Putting a black kid in a lottery in Austin for dual language, you're never gonna have the numbers. And then we missed it twice. I missed it in kindergarten and I missed it in first grade. So then I sent my child, she already knew that she was never going to have an elective because one was gonna be Spanish. Like she's known that since third grade. So went to, a middle school here in Austin, got it. One thing the LRP talks about is evenly staffing. I moved my kid from one school to another school, and she no longer had access to Spanish. So we spent an entire year languishing with me trying to supplement in Spanish, mostly with Spanish language television, because that's just how I'm doing it. But to keep that alive so that she can take it next year in high school, because her school didn't offer it. So I think that, again, we meet our legal obligation first, but then we also, that access and equity into that language, and a lot of that is communicating with families, because I will still meet families that are like, they don't need to learn Spanish. They live in Texas. They really need to know Spanish. For nothing else, it makes you a more attractive candidate, right? Because it's like, bilingual preferred. If you have it. And I told my kid, once you take Spanish 3, I don't care what you take Japanese, Korean, whatever you want, but you got to get to Spanish 3 because then I know you have it. Because it's better to have it and not ever use it or need it than to need it and not have it. And I really think that, like I said, being bilingual is super important, but I think communicating that, even if we just do it regularly, like in high school for 2 years, is still telling families, yes, it's a requirement for high school graduation, but it's a necessity for life, right? I'm still poor Duolingo. It's like I'm on day 300 and then I'm on day 1, right? And so, again, thank you. I keep breaking it, though. But the thing that I just want to say again, I think it's super important that we meet our legal obligation because our emergent bilinguals are counting on us, especially, I say for us as Austin ISD, because they are moving into an ever-increasing hostile world to bilingualism and our state. So I think it's upon us to do the right thing by our kids who are learning, who are becoming, or who are emergent bilinguals is what I'm trying to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other trustees? Trustee Whitley Chu? No? Trustee Zapata?
Ditto to what Trustee Hunter and Dr. Kaufman have said. But also, as you look at internships, paid internships, is, being bilingual is a gift. And there are jobs everywhere, and every track that we have, whether it's healthcare, whether it's teachers, and the law track, all of those. They've asked me at Travis County, we need some translators, we need interpreters, So those are little summer jobs we can get for them as a stepping stone, and so that they understand, because students really don't get it, how much it is a gift, right? There's some students that just don't want to use it anymore. So whatever we can do in partnerships, I know that all the tracks that we have for after high school, they need bilingual students. So the Summer Youth Employment Program could be that stepping stone to helping them in those fields. So I just wanted to share that. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Boswell.
Yes. Thank you guys for the presentation. Thank you all for the conversation. I want to second that the policy points that Trustee Kaufman brought up, and just challenging ourselves as a board to make sure our policies are practice, not just paper. And as part of that, I would love to look for a time to have an update that aligns with our policy on our regular board monitoring calendar, along with everything else we're monitoring. I think that would be one way to really bake it in and make sure it happens in a thoughtful way. So I would love to find a time during the year when that would be appropriate, so we can do that. And you can help us figure out when that might be. So thank you for that. Shout out for opt-in versus opt-out. Big fan of behavioral economics, and it works. And I am happy every time someone comes and tells me we've changed to an opt-in, an opt-out policy, because I think it makes a difference again and again and again with our programs and with equitable access, and just with the fact that people don't get around to opting in when they have to, and sometimes it's way easier to opt out and don't always know. So thank you for that. And similar gratitude for the watch parties. We've been talking a lot about family engagement and making our parents partners tonight, and the connections that people build, and that does, both brings our parents in and connects our parents to each other and our campuses and our educators, and connects our educators on our campuses with our families. So that does a lot of different things. So thank you for that. Deserves real comment. And then two other things. I think I heard you say that we have a solution now for students who have chosen non-dual language campuses for high school, who have run out of Spanish language options because they've taken AP Spanish in middle school. And as Trustee Hunter said, you use it or you lose it. And I say that as someone who's worked really hard to get to a passable level of Spanish, and when I don't use it, it shows, and when I do, it shows. So I would love to know a little bit more about what that plan is, including what happens if at a campus, one of our non-dual language campuses that does have students who choose that for fine arts or for whatever reason, what happens if that class doesn't make? What's our solution and our plan?
Yeah, that's a great question. Thank you for asking that. So we do have that pathway, and it really at this point is a recommendation, and it has come out of the need for campuses, because what was happening was, you're right, our students take the AP4 language and culture course in 8th grade, and so as they move on to high school, oftentimes students were taking the AP5, which is literature and literature and culture. And so that is a really high level. Some students do fine, but it's really not the best course for a 9th grader. We recommend that like 11th and 12th graders are taking that. So we have seminar courses that have been created and also an advanced 5 course that have been created for dual language, but there's absolutely no reason that our non-dual language campuses can't use those, right? So really what has to happen, we're providing the information to principals, we've provided it to families, we've shared it with our MEAC, we shared it in our community meetings, the town halls. At this point, they're on the choice sheets, and so it's students need to select those, but also I think it's also us strategizing with principals because they are going to probably be small cohorts of students. And so I know some of our principals are like, well, I'll just do a rotating schedule, right? So I'll start with one course the next year, I offer the next course the next year, and then I'm rotating the students through, right? So there is a way to do it, but it's sitting down with the principals and helping them really think through what does that look like, especially those high school and middle school campuses that do receive large numbers of students who, for whatever reason, like you said, they've chosen to go to that other campus because they offer something that is not at the dual language campuses, for example. And so we want to make sure that our students are graduating multilingual, bilingual, right? And we don't want that trajectory to stop for them because they didn't decide to continue dual language. That advanced language track is a great way to continue. So it's a work in progress. I can't say it's going to happen at every campus, but we're certainly providing that guidance and hope to see more campuses considering how can they use that in their master schedule to get away a little bit from just the Spanish 1, Spanish 2, Spanish 3 kind of track and thinking just 2 world languages courses. Let's move beyond that and really encourage our students to go farther, right? To go to level 3 and 4. And so that's why we created it. And so we're really hoping to see some momentum around it.
Great, thank you for that. I appreciate that. And I would love to challenge us to look for other opportunities at places where it doesn't make, where they can't gather a cohort. I don't know if we have the option for independent study, for some kind of service class. I know there was a graphic design class that makes recipe cards for the food bank. And that's part of what they do in their class. We know that people need interpreters and translators. We know that people need, a Spanish language teacher might be able to use an advanced student to serve as a TA in a class. If there's a meaningful way. So I would love to really challenge us to find out what within the requirements of Texas will allow us to make sure every kid has that opportunity, even within the constraints we have. So I'm very excited to hear this because I know it's been an issue for a lot of our kids, and I'm glad that deliberate work's being done to make sure they get what they need.
And Trustee Boswell, thank you so much for that comment and information. One of the privileges I had this past week was at the Adelante conference when I saw you there, thank you. So while I was sitting there at that table and for Trustee Kaufman, TEA was there, and so I worked at TEA, so I was like, hey, when can we get together? Because I'd like to know some answers to some of our frequently asked questions or concerns. And so we're scheduling a meeting as soon as possible to talk about, well, what are other districts doing? And is there any, and someone here, a chief may know more than I do, but as far as what are the new latest types of options that TEA has come up with? And so are there virtual options? What are some things that we can do? And so she said she would get with me as soon as possible. So we're scheduling to hear, well, what are other people doing and what's allowable now?
Excellent. Thank you very much for that. And I know if you're looking for ideas that our students in that situation and their families have a lot of suggestions. And I think our high school principals can connect you with some of them. So thank you. That's exciting to hear. I appreciate it. And nice that we can be part of the idea and the solution. So thank you all for that. And then one other just comment, excited about the Grow Your Own and the idea of 20-year-olds teaching our little kids and it's amazing to me. And I really appreciate the paraprofessional program with the scholarships and wonder, given the focus on educators right now in our community, the outpouring of love and the understanding of the need for educators, if there may be opportunities to amplify what we're able to do by looking to our community for funding for that. So just want to put that idea out there. And I know that stipends for people who student teach, that student teaching semester, especially if you're taking still enrolled in university, you're paying those fees, can be really crushing, especially for our students who are first generation, who come from families with economic need, and my understanding is that if we can find stipends to support those students during that process, no matter how they're coming to us as student teachers, can also be really powerful. And again, I think our community might step up to help us do even more. And Chief Osek, I think you have some things to say.
We're going to be removing that monitor at some point. I promise you all, trustees.
Yeah. We're all trading notes about that monitor.
And we'll add a seat.
Thank you for the question. I'm just going to sit down right here. We actually we have started stipending our student teachers. So that's new. It's a recruitment strategy. We are now putting in a stipend to recruit them to become student teacher, because now we're competing for that. So we are stipending student teachers. If you complete your student teaching with us, it's an additional bump. If you sign with us, it's an additional bump. And so, but it also brings to mind, even back to Trustee Gonzalez's question, and perhaps an innovative strategy that we might explore is how we could use some sort of seminar in that fourth year of high school, or before that even, to actually go into our elementaries, into bilingual classrooms, and be some, like, that's real application of those skills. So just got my wheels turning, but I'll stop there.
Thank you. That's very exciting. I really appreciate that. Glad to know it.
Thank you. Any other comments? Great. Thank you. All right. So this ends the section on the information reports from the administration. Thank you all very much for your excellent presentations. And so this time we'll look at the regular board agenda items, and this will allow the public and give the trustees an opportunity to review the agenda items that will be considered for a vote at the next regular board meeting. ASC staff is available to answer any questions for tonight's preview. So we will begin tonight with item 9, which is the agenda preview for upcoming board administration items. That's the 9.1, approval of superintendent profile. Oh, yeah, is that the only one on there? Let me make sure. That is, okay, it is. Okay.
Trustee Singh?
Yes.
Could we mention with that item that we are moving that item to March 25th, which is our
Thank you.
board retreat on Saturday, where the
Yes.
board will be asked to take action on Saturday. We will have that broadcast and recorded, and there'll be an opportunity for public comment. So for the board meeting Thursday night, March 23rd, we will offer a public hearing available for our community members, parents, family, staff who would like to leave comments directly towards the superintendent profile.
Thank you. I almost forgot about that. Yeah, so, and the reason we're doing that is normally the public would have already had access to the draft superintendent profile, but because we're still collecting information on it, it's not created yet, we wanted to make up for that, in a sense, by publishing that on the night of the 22nd, or right after our meeting, and give the public multiple opportunities to weigh in. So you won't have the full 2-week period that you normally have. You really only have like 2 or 3 days, but we do hope that you'll take advantage of those and come and give public comment on the 23rd. At the public hearing, and then you have another opportunity on the 25th, which is a Saturday, and we are going to vote actually on a Saturday on the profile. Thank you. Yes, Trustee Gonzalez.
Thank you. Just a quick question. Will the public comment at the 25th be in person, or is it only recorded comment?
Yeah, so because it is an action item, we do allow in-person public comment, so that'll be available. To be clear, however, because our staff typically does not work on Saturday, our sign-up will be on Friday. So we will allow people to sign up or record on Friday, but then we will play any recorded message on Saturday, or an individual may show up on Saturday to deliver in-person public comment.
Thank you. All right. The next section is item 10, business and finance. That includes the approval of a water treatment contract, monthly finance reports for January 2023, and a contract for group health benefits consulting services. So trustees, are there any questions on these items? Great. All right, the next section is item 11, which is facilities. And we did, so in alignment with our earlier presentation on the long-range plan, the administration is prepared to bring forward 3 important items tonight that we wanted to highlight. And so before we ask for questions, I would like to ask Interim Superintendent Segura to provide a brief update on items 11.1 regarding the education specifications, also 11.2 and 11.3 regarding our multi-year discussions on the repurposing of some AISD properties. And so let me just ask the trustees, do you all feel like you need a presentation? Because I think, have you guys actually prepared some slides for
We have
some
a
of
couple.
this?
We have a couple brief slides, but certainly
Okay.
if we can do it however the board wishes.
Yeah, so I think we could do like quick slides and then questions if people have them. Is that okay? All right, thanks.
All right, I'd like to welcome Beth Wilson, Executive Director of Plain Asset Management, and Christine Steenport, Interim Chief of Operations. The floor is all y'all's.
Good evening, President Singh, Interim Superintendent Segura, and Board Trustees. Thank you for having me here. My name is Christine Steenport, Interim COO. So we have a very quick condensed version of the ed specs for you. And just wanted to intro that education specifications are design standards and concepts that are used by school districts to guide facilities design and concepts. And so these are the reason to create engaging learning environments. And so I'm going to pass it over to our Executive Director of Planning and Asset Management, Beth Wilson, to start us off.
Thank you so much. Good evening. Next slide, please. Thank you. So the 2017 educational specifications changed the way Austin thinks about our school facilities. And all of the modernized schools in the 2017 bond program were designed using those guidelines. Updates that we will be discussing this evening to improve on the 2017 ed specs in the following ways. 1, alignment with the 2019 Facilities Master Plan, lessons learned from the 2017 bond projects, and 3, a shift in inclusive design. Next slide. So this update to the educational specifications reflects a big shift in our career and technology education spaces. The district knows that CTE is important for exposing and preparing students for different career paths, and these flexible CTE framework is proposed is intended to provide spaces with different levels of infrastructure so that programs can change over time without major building changes. Infrastructure levels refer to the degree of the electrical, HVAC, and plumbing built into the space, giving a campus the long-term flexibility for all current and future pathways. Each secondary campus will have a variety of these spaces based on their course offerings. This approach means that a space that is currently equipped for welding courses could be transformed into a hydroponics lab or commercial-grade kitchen with limited construction over time. Changes to fine arts include in this update are flexible rehearsal hall spaces designed to accommodate a number of different programs, the expansion of theater art spaces, and additional spaces to accommodate dance, cheer, and drill, who currently use shared spaces and often create scheduling issues. Improvements to athletics and PE facilities, both interior and exterior, at the secondary level include modernized locker rooms and support spaces. And finally, a new space type introduced at middle and high school is the Empower Center, pictured in a rendering here. This is a space that is not owned by any one department, and it allows to foster cross-disciplinary collaboration of learners, staff, curriculum, and community. The Empower Center is approximately the size of 4 studio spaces with additional staging area adjacent. This allows for a variety of learning activities and programs to be supported, from large gathering events such as performances, exhibitions, competitions, or job fairs, to medium-sized activities such as whole class learning and cross-disciplinary team teaching, to small-scale individual and teamwork. Outside of academic uses, the Empower Center will host community events. Building on the success of the community rooms introduced in the 2017 Ed Spec, all campuses will now have a community room with an attached suite of spaces to better support wraparound programs and services that support our students and families. This includes dedicated space for parent support specialists, spaces to meet as a family or in small groups with other support specialists, and touchdown spaces for community partners that provide services to students. Additional storage spaces support food and clothing pantries for students and families to use. The community suite can be accessed by the community without entering into the educational spaces and maintain student safety. Likewise, the professional learning centers, new to the 2017 Ed Spec, are expanded to include touchdown spaces for itinerant staff who travel between campuses, and a place for collaboration to occur for educational coaches, interventionalists, specialists, and custodial staff. The last couple of years have shown us the importance of outdoor learning, and this new Ed Spec increases the intentionality around creating outdoor learning spaces that support a variety of learning activities, including movement and play, which are critical for social and emotional learning. This Ed Spec update provides a more robust requirements for outdoor learning while allowing campuses choice points for some of their requirements. And lastly, the need to create a smaller elementary school program at a capacity of 375 students to better fit some of our smaller school communities. The Ed Spec update was developed in collaboration with the district's mental health and counseling departments. The result of this is updates to intentionally create a collection of mental wellness and counseling spaces for independent student use and is used by both district professional school counselors and external service providers. All learner restrooms and changing rooms will be included in all newly designed schools where they have been a choice point in the 2017 Ed Spec. These types of restrooms increase a level of privacy for toileting while allowing for passive supervision of the doors and into the common sink area. Universal design elements speak to a collection of requirements and considerations during design, with the main goal of ensuring that all users can engage, participate, and thrive while on AISD campuses. This key concept and the 5 lenses, physical and emotional safety, physical accessibility, wayfinding, sensory experiences, and furniture, emerged from recommendations from the long-range planning committees and the Special Education Advisory Committee. And finally, new spaces such as vocational labs and sensory motor labs provide additional support for students receiving special education services.
Thank you. Trustees, are there any questions?
I have a quick question, but it's actually for the interim. I don't know who it would be for.
Yes, Trustee Hunter.
So I know that the Ed Specs have been updated. The one thing the district was moving toward, and I haven't heard anything, was learning studios and moving away from owning classrooms, and then having like suites for teachers.
Correct.
So is that still in the plan for the new Ed Specs and the new, because we're about to build a lot of buildings?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, 100%.
Okay, so.
And we're improving
then
on them.
I have a request, because here's the one thing I always thought that would be wrong with that is, you can't just do that. You have to train people. Teachers are territorial. And so there were things that we talked about, like, well, what happens with my anchors? Where do I put my anchors? And so we even kind of like, you could use a monitor and you just come in and put your anchors up on your monitor or whatever, things like that. But that's just something I know that we're going to have to help our folks understand that, well, it never was our classroom, but as teachers were like, this is my stuff, right?
So, Trustee Hunter, I think what you've described is one of the areas of improvement for us as an organization. I would say in 2017 we built incredible facilities. I also would say that some of those facilities and these spaces aren't necessarily always used in the way that they were designed. And so just kind of, starting from where you left off, we definitely need to be intentional with training and making sure that not only our principals, but all the staff that are in these buildings understand, how to use the space, how it might be different. one of the things we ran into also is that, the amount of space that accumulates over time at some of our schools that have been around for a long time, moving, all of that into a new facility doesn't quite work the same way, right? We use different types of technology. We manage these manipulatives, and everything else is just different. And so we definitely believe there's an opportunity, and it's a place that we're going to be focusing on as we move forward with this process. But definitely room for improvement, and we kind of piloted that in 2017, but didn't quite get as far as we'd like.
Any other questions? Yes.
So thank you again for this. We had, it's a 300-something page document, and I think we had over 1,300 pages of reading for this week's meetings. So I did zone in on a few spots to really look at it, and the pieces I looked for were the alignment with the long-range planning. So I appreciate there's a whole section kind of describing that, and that will be my question in a minute, but I'll finish. My question will be, is that true? Does the long-range planning committee agree that their considerations were woven in here and that it wasn't, that it's a good marriage? But before that, I want to say another area that I zoomed in on was the outdoor learning pieces, and I'm extremely excited to see those. But my question is that applicable to elementary, middle, and high school? Because our elementary students get recess, and the ESAC yesterday brought up the point around our elementary students do have built-in outdoor time with PE and recess often in a way that middle school and high school may not. And so I'm curious to what degree those outdoor learning spaces apply to middle and high school.
Yes, they apply to both elementary and secondary schools. There are a list of required outdoor spaces to provide at the secondary level, as well as a few choice points. But there is a robust requirement for outdoor learning.
Great. I appreciate it. And I think that what the ESAC raised is a good point around now that we have the spaces, then the board needs to look at, do we have ways to provide policy that will ensure that the students have the opportunity to go outside? So that's great. And the other area I zoomed in on just to say is the universal design. I just really appreciate that the universal design principles are built in so that our schools are accessible and serving the needs of all students rather than trying to retrofit later on to make sure that things are good. So thank you very much. With the LRP?
Yeah, so, Trustee Kaufman, I would say that many of the individuals that were in the LRP supported the review and improvement of this document. I don't know, maybe Beth would be able to answer this better. I'm not sure that the entire LRP actually weighed in and voted on it, but we did have many of the focus areas in groups, including facilities, that were actually the ones that were kind of focused on this. They did provide a significant amount of input, and much of that has been, if not all of it's been incorporated. So I don't know, Beth, if there's anything else you'd like to add to that?
Just in summary, I guess, if they were still here, if
yes, they would say
they would say that it was.
Oh, 100%. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, Trustee Boswell.
Yes. Want to shout out about the outdoor education spaces, really appreciated, and also give credit. Some advocates in Houston reached out to Texas Children in Nature, who reached out to Austin ISD to tap into our expertise and gave our administration, our policies, our boards, current and past, real credit for making choices that put us in the forefront and said that they don't know of anyone who's doing it like we are. So greatly appreciated. And we shared what was coming with them, that a few pages has expanded in that area to many, many more. So very excited about that. Thank you all for what you're doing and for sharing it, for putting it out there. A real bright spot on what we're doing. And to Trustee Kaufman's point about outdoor spaces at secondary, we also know that there are spaces that are designed to encourage not just middle schoolers and high school students, but also adults to play. And to spend time outdoors, not, a typical, playground equipment, but spaces that encourage movement and play and are good for not only physical health, but mental health, academic health, social health. So I look forward to seeing what we do for our older students and agree that I would love to talk about policies that ensure that every student has time outdoors at all of our campuses. It's that many hours inside a building is not good for anyone. So thank you.
I'm really trying not to double up on my comments, but I did look back at my notes when I reviewed it. And the other, I just have to shout out, especially as we approach Pride Week, that the fact that all learner restrooms as dignity accommodations are incorporated into the design is just, again, something I'm very proud of AISD for leading the way on that. So thank you.
And Trustee Kaufman, I think I'd want to echo leading the way. The 2017 ed specs were an incredible step in the right direction. I would argue that they're almost like the benchmark for many of the school districts around the country. We often get asked about them. And this next iteration, the 2022, I think is just like raising the bar that much more. So we are definitely way ahead of the curve. Very proud of all the work and very proud of all the just effort that's been put into this. So,
Great. Thank you all. Really appreciate it. Great work.
all right, and
Go ahead.
all right, now I'd like to invite Jeremy Striffler, our Director of Real Estate, to provide a brief update on agenda items 11.2 and 11.3.
5 minutes.
Good evening. Thank you all for microphone, please. Good evening. Thank you for providing the opportunity to speak on an update on the repurposing process of both Pease and the Anita Coy site. So starting just high level with both, since January of 2022, we have been engaging the community through community meetings and surveys, and then also doing feasibility studies, both internally and with the help of consultants for these sites to figure out how we can make the best use of them going forward to benefit the community. Regarding Pease, thank you. So for Pease, we heard throughout the engagement process overwhelming support for early childhood care and education. As we think about the history and legacy of Pease Elementary, it was really important for the community to have students back in the building. And certainly with the restrictions on the property of needing to use it for educational purposes, this aligns well with all those desires. And it also echoes what internally and within the district administration, when I spoke with academics and school leadership and other departments, that this is where we wanted to focus our efforts. And so we're glad to see that the community was thinking the same thing that the district was. And just that ability to prepare students for kindergarten, to create perhaps a pipeline for enrollment, to help women get back into the workforce post-pandemic, where we saw a huge decrease there, and then also just providing that critical amenity for workers in Austin. Childcare actually is becoming more and more expensive and less accessible. And actually, downtown Austin and West Austin are, according to Children at Risk, identified as childcare deserts. And so while there's not as huge of a residential population around the Pease site, we know there's tons of downtown workers, especially with its proximity to the Capitol, and so being able to serve hopefully district staff as well as just families in the city through early childhood education would be ideal. Other things that we just heard from the community were wanting to activate the outdoor spaces, the gymnasium, really make that campus accessible outside of just business hours, if you will, and then incorporating the arts if possible. And so as we think about moving forward in terms of implementation, and what's in front of you this month as a resolution is, directing the superintendent to identify a partner for the Pease that would be helping us operate this early child care and education center. We know currently within our own capacity, we need to leverage partners to do this, and the goal would be to provide, of course, high quality care, but also deeply affordable child care, but that is extremely needed. And it's something that you continue to hear more and more, even at the city of Austin, with council members and mayor as well, echoing that. And again, as I mentioned, supporting enrollment growth, honoring the history of the property. And so we're excited about the opportunity to reactivate the campus, get students back in the halls. So then as we think about the Coy site, again, with that community engagement, majority have said there's a need for housing, and there's a need for attainable housing at all levels, whether that's big A, affordable, or just also for relative to salaries. And within that, though, we also heard on a need to honor the legacy of the site, right? It's been serving the educational needs of the district for decades. The need for family-size units and not just individual studios that are so prevalent now in all the new apartment buildings that are being built, but also the inclusion of green space. You know, the site has all these wonderful heritage trees. It has playing fields that are utilized by the community. So how do we think about that in a reimagining of the site? Some favor only using the site for education. We wanted to be mindful of that, and that kind of ties with the honoring the legacy. And then thinking about the income requirements, right? There's a wide range of need here in the city of Austin. So as we talk about community often, right, through these meetings and surveys, we're talking about the general public, but I think what came to light in this process is we also needed to talk to our community of teachers and staff. And so we had the opportunity to conduct an employee survey. Pretty staggering that of the 10,000 employees, we got over 27% return, which, you know, for engagement like that it's often challenging, right? Competing for their time, but I think it stresses that this is really matters to them. That housing, the cost of housing in Austin has become a real challenge, and I think this totally ties to conversations throughout this whole evening around, you know, the attraction and retention of all staff that support these campuses. How do we combat that? And so in the survey, I think the most important data that came from it and was that over 70% of the respondents said they were cost burdened. So according to the Department of Housing and Urban Development, that means they're spending more than 30% of their income on housing. And so how can we think about that as we look towards housing and help them maybe do more with the dollars they have? And so when we think about project goals for the repurposing, and again, leading into the resolution that's in front of you this month, you know, we want to look to identify a partner to redevelop the site. And but with that, we want to maintain ownership of the land. I think there's been lessons learned over the past, and so we want to maintain ownership, but enter into kind of a ground lease relationship with a partner who has the expertise, who can build housing and high quality housing that's attainable. But in addition to the housing, we want to build a new alternative learning center. For too long, the students there have been in spaces that don't meet their needs. They've kind of moved from campus to campus, and so how do we design a space that is responsive to the learning where they'll thrive? And so we're really excited about the opportunity to have that be a part of the reimagining of the campus. And so we also want to just make sure it's pedestrian friendly, that there's access to transit, it's incorporating green space. And I think what's not in the slide but is majorly important is that as we look to find a partner is that they echo the values of the school district. And when we think about how we go about our bond program, that means looking at sustainability, the fair and equitable treatment of construction workers. It means a very deep, substantive community engagement process. And so we'd want our development partner to share that vision. And we're really looking for a partner. This is not a one-time thing where they build the housing and they leave. They're living with us, they're cohabitating with us, and they're going to become part of that community as much as this housing will be. And the last point I'll make is just in terms of the income levels we're targeting, requirements is that we want to be able to serve our teachers and staff, and so it does have to have a wide range. But overall, the theme is it's below market, and it's going to be affordable for our teachers and staff relative to their wages. And so then some do we have the last one? Yeah. So some clarifications, because I had received lots of questions over the last, year about this, and especially as we look to move forward. You've all made it so clear that you're focused on increasing compensation. The housing is not in lieu of that, right? This is not, oh, we're just going to build this housing and then we don't have to address wages. This is to complement it. It's another tool in the belt to how do we attract and retain highly effective teachers and all the wonderful support staff at the campuses. Again, we're going to lease the land to the developer. They'll build and operate the housing. We're not going to be the landlord. We're not collecting rent. We're looking to the operator to do that. That's their area of expertise, and I think that separation is important. But it also, though, because we're maintaining ownership of the land, we can put restrictions in to protect the long-term affordability of the site. The funding of the new ALC will come through the proceeds of this ground lease arrangement. And so I think it's clear, this is not coming from the general fund, and it's not part of the 2022 bond, but it's how you leverage a partnership to do more with less, which is essentially we're starting with zero, but we have the value of the land to put to work. And then lastly, the housing is not mandatory for teachers and staff. I think there's been some lack of clarity as to what we're trying to accomplish here. At the end of the day, their income levels are what will be the eligibility, not their employer. And so in the situation, for example, if a staff member, a teacher were to leave the district, hate to see it, but they're not going to be evicted just because they've no longer work with us. Instead, it's their income that will be the qualification. And we will make sure that our district staff and families have priority. So when the building is done and it's ready to start leasing up, we will market it first, district staff and families, but ultimately be open to the general public, assuming that there's any units left. So I'll pause there. I'm happy to answer if there's any questions.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Trustees, any questions? Yes.
So several years ago, the community organized around the Allen/Anitakoy site to recommend a plan that included affordable housing at that time as well. I'd heard recently around some concern that the neighborhood may not want this, but my understanding is that's exactly what a group of community members wanted. Can you just comment on the parallel between this proposal and the one from a few years ago that was proposed by the community itself?
Sure. I think this, without having been here in 2017 when they came forward with that proposal through Foundation Communities, I think the difference is it's a district-driven process. We had it, which was founded in community engagement, and I'm glad that it echoes, right, that, and actually though it's more upsetting that the need's still there, like 5 years later, that, for affordable housing hasn't gone away. But I think it's just a difference is in our process and also how we've made sure to incorporate the Alternative Learning Center in what is the vision for the repurposing of the site. And in terms of these community meetings that we've had in the survey, et cetera, we've continued to hear support. I think there's always going to be pushback, like at what level is the income requirements, right? Is this deeply affordable? Is this for workforce housing? And this is why we want to try to have a mixed income housing and not just silo it to one or the other. And that way we can serve a wide range of not only our families, but also our employees. And when you look at the salaries of our employees, that's where you really need to have those various bandwidths of income eligibility.
Okay. I just appreciate that you have I know that there have been some very strong voices saying with concern about the district getting into the real estate business or becoming the landlord for the employees. And there were a lot of kind of questions raised around that. But I feel from what I've heard and been following this that the community wants this and that our staff overall has expressed that affordable housing is an issue. So I feel comfortable that this is aligned with what people are looking for. Thank you.
And Trustee Kaufman, the previous work even predated me, if you believe it or not. And so I think one of the things that we did is research kind of what happened. And I think one of the things that we found was there wasn't a process to identify the goals and kind of the structure around what we would want. And I think what happened is the trustees were presented with a variety of different ideas for that site. And that makes it very difficult. So through this process, what we're trying to do is to say, this is what we've heard from our community. This is what we think aligns with our values. These are the parameters that we'd want to pursue partners within. And I think that helps us tremendously. So you're not evaluating tires and apples and oranges. It's really something that truly aligns. So.
Other trustees? Okay, so, oh, wait, was there a question? Okay, that's fine, that's fine.
Yeah. Let's see. I have a lot of questions, but I want to focus them on what does the ownership structure look like?
Of the housing?
Oh, the good question. So the ownership structure with Austin ISD and a partner.
Sure. So we own the land, and we'll be leasing use of the land to the housing, a portion of the campus. We'll maintain ownership, outright ownership of the portion of land that's under the ALC, along with, potentially some of the green space. But the housing portion of the site would be leased to that partner, and so then they're paying us rent for the land. In terms of ownership of the actual housing itself, I would certainly invite Chief Ramos to be part of that conversation, but it's something that as the board, as we get through an evaluation process, is for us an opportunity to consider if we want to be part of the equity ownership of the housing, which means we can also, there could be revenue generated beyond the ground lease that can be then reinvested in, this program and help protect, long-term affordability of the site. But that is to be determined, and I think it'll something that will come to light during the RFP process as we get proposals to see what structure makes the most sense, especially once we've narrowed in on who is the best partner for us. So that is something that we'll look to the board for guidance on what you're comfortable with in terms of it. So.
So do we know so we haven't decided how long the ground lease would be, or have we thought about any of that?
So we anticipate the ground lease would be 75 to 99 years.
Mm-hmm.
That really ensures that long-term affordability of it.
And then would this be a possible source of property tax revenue for the district?
So next month, we are going to introduce the idea of the district forming a public facility corporation, which is a nonprofit that government entities are allowed to create to support housing development, specifically workforce housing development. Through that tool, the property would remain tax exempt, which actually, though, helps, again, that idea of keeping the rents down, because the property taxes, which are passed on to the tenants, now we've removed that from the equation, and so it actually helps keep rents lower over time. And I would make the argument the property has never been on the tax roll, and so we're not losing anything there, but more so what we're gaining is the opportunity to help our renters, afford the rent by keeping them lower over time, because we've removed the property tax component.
So we would be tying ourselves into a tax abatement for 75 to 99 years on the property?
Potentially.
Well, yeah, I think Trustee Willie-Chu, the lease will be dependent on the partner and kind of the structure of the deal. The longer that you go, the more likely that it is that you're going to have someone that's willing to invest the kind of investment that would be required to truly make it a deal that can be supported and underwritten. I think the way that we would want to structure it, again, based on input from the board, would be that at any point, if what we require is no longer part, then it reverts. We always have the opportunity to structure this to protect our interests, and I think that's what's the advantage of owning the land. I would say that in 2016 and 2017, when AISD pursued some of these opportunities, we actually sold the land. And so all the intent of having land be repurposed to support housing, affordable housing, went away as soon as that title was out of our hands. And so in this way, we can actually control and ensure that what we want to have happen actually happens. But, Trustee Willie, to be really direct, I mean, some of those things would have to be worked out with our partner. And so this merely starts that process. As we move through it, we'll be providing updates in executive session because it's real estate, but also an open session, and then just kind of making adjustments based on what our partners are identifying as opportunities and what the comfort level of the board is. We certainly don't want to pursue anything that isn't aligned.
And so by pursuing this, we are pursuing letting possible partners give us proposals.
Correct. And none of those would be signed until we went through the evaluation process with the board, the negotiation, notifying the board and updating the board, and only the board can actually execute this. This cannot be executed by the administration. It will always come back to y'all.
And so theoretically, there was a partner we were really comfortable with. Great. If there weren't any that came forward, there's nothing that prevents us from
slowing down or rethinking? No, absolutely not. And in fact, that's a possibility. We could always, as we get down a certain path, if the deal doesn't make sense for the organization, for us, then we have that flexibility. This is merely starting that process.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Awesome. Thank you. I had a question. Oh, yes. So this is kind of a logistics question going back to the use of Ps. Can you explain the process? It said that we would direct you to identify a partner. So would this be like an RFP process, or is there a different structure that's in place if there's organizations that, would we initiate contact with an organization, or how does that work?
So because it's a lease process and it's real estate kind of in nature, we have flexibility, but I certainly want to make sure that we are mindful of all the kind of needs and concerns of the board. The one thing that I think about often is a true, extended RFP process is 90 to 120 days, right? So if you think about where you want to be and how quickly you want this to get off the ground, you might want to consider an RFP process that starts with an invitation, right, and identifying known partners. That's a model that we could use. Assuming that this moves forward in the board meeting in a couple weeks, then we would come back to you with timeline A, timeline B, and then based on y'all's input, we'd make a recommendation to move forward. For us, the sooner we find a partner, the sooner we can make any improvements to the site to begin to get that up and running. And to be honest, I mean, it's not an occupied site now, so we have flexibility. But if we could align it with our calendar year, it'd be ideal. But again, we'll lay those out for you, and you'd be able to weigh in on it.
Great.
But you have flexibility.
I appreciate it. Has there been any engagement with the Pease community? Okay, you don't have to go into detail. Just want to make sure that was happening. And then, but likewise with the ALC families and CAC, have we engaged with them just to kind of bring them along?
Yes. Throughout the whole process, we've talked with everyone from our district staff who's located in the Coy facility, which was our library media services. We also have service providers there that we've been constantly engaged with, Avance, Vila, Urban Roots, and then many conversations with Principal Jones, who's the principal for ALC, about this, as well as conversations with JJAAP, who also has a presence there. And then for Pease, we had multiple meetings, both via the public meetings and then, offline meetings with the former Pease parents. And I think where we were excited was that there was excitement around the early child center in terms of like if it wasn't going to reopen as a school again, as an elementary school, that this is, you know, kind of the next best thing.
Great. I appreciate that. Thank you. And then just going back to ALC, are you also talking to, I know that there are some parents who are in, community members who are also very vested in that school, and just wanted to see if they have also been engaged.
The community meetings and survey have always been open to the public. I don't have detail who was a parent, who wasn't, you know, we just,
Got it.
we don't ask for that per se in the meeting, but we are hopeful that they were. And we can always look at the survey results if people identified as, you know,
Thank you. Yeah, or
parents.
maybe, maybe you've already gone to the CAC meetings, but that would be probably a place.
Another option.
There would be.
And what we can do also is we can amend the agenda item to list out all the engagements we've had thus far, just so it's clear as to kind of what we've done.
Okay.
So you have it.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. All right. Where are we? Okay, the next section is item 10. Thank you to both of you. So item 10, is that correct?
No, I think we're on.
Oh, no, we're way past, we're on 12. Okay, sorry. Agenda preview is human resources and, yes. As an update, the administration is pulling items 12.4 and 12.5. And there will not be voting, we won't be voting on that this month. So trustees, are there any questions on any of the HR items? Okay, great. Thank you. And so I would like to take a moment of privilege to make a special announcement about one of our very own employees. I want to thank Allie Gillarducci for sharing this with me. Are you going to get said employee? Okay, please do. Awesome. Okay. Hello. So this is Wahab Rasuli, and we wanted to recognize you tonight because we want to congratulate you. We have heard that this afternoon you received a proclamation from Austin Mayor Kirk Watson, and as Mayor Watson said, and I agree, Austin is blessed with many creative musicians, legends, local favorites, and new talent. But Austin ISD is so lucky to have your talent right here. You rose to fame in Afghanistan and neighboring countries as a singer-songwriter through your music videos and television appearances. So you're famous. You should be up here with us. Oh my gosh. There's more. And this is really something, and really humbles us to be in your presence. With the Taliban takeover in August 2021, Rasuli was forced to flee Kabul with his family to avoid being killed because of his patriotic and romantic music videos and his work as the technical manager of an anti-Taliban television station. So today was proclaimed as Wahab Rasuli Day in Austin, but in our hearts, we could have had Wahab Rasuli Day every day. So congratulations, Wahab. It's an honor to have you working here at AISD, so thank you.
Thank you so much. I can't believe I'm very happy that I have you guys. I have your support. I'm very lucky that I'm working here with you guys. I'm very proud by myself to I'm with you and I'm work with you guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So yes, today it was like very good day and I surprised 2 times.
I love it. Thank you. And we will take a picture with you in about 2 minutes, if you don't mind. So thank you. This will end our regular agenda preview, and we will now recess the open meeting at 11:10 p.m. and move to executive session pursuant to Texas Government Code Sections 551.074, 551.072, 551.073, 551.087, 551.076, and 551.071. For our viewers at home, excuse me. For our viewers at home, this concludes our live broadcast. When we are finished with the executive session, we'll briefly return to open session to formally adjourn the meeting. The adjournment will be recorded and be included in all replays of tonight's meeting. So thank you for joining us and have a good evening. Thank you. All right, we will now reconvene the open meeting at 2:19 a.m. Secretary Boswell, do I have a motion to adjourn the meeting?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, having a motion by Secretary Boswell and a second by Trustee Kaufman to adjourn. All those in favor, please raise your right hand. The motion passes unanimously. The meeting is adjourned at 2:19 a.m. Thank you.